All right, now I'll formally gavel our meeting to order. We do have a quorum present. Will the City Clerk please call the roll?
Councilman DeCiccio. Councilwoman Gallego.
Here.
Councilman Nowakowski.
Here.
Councilwoman Stark. Here. Councilman Valenzuela. Councilman Waring. Councilwoman Williams.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pastor. Here. Mayor Stanton.
I am here, so a quorum is present. We have an interpreter with us today. Ms. Garcia, would you introduce yourself to the audience, please? Oh, microphone, please.
Mi nombre es María Elena García, yo soy un intérprete del idioma español. Aquellas personas que necesiten los servicios de un intérprete a cualquier momento durante esta reunión, por favor me lo dejan saber a mí o a la plantel de la Secretaría del Municipio. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. In just a moment, we'll have begin our meeting with citizen comments as we begin all of our meetings. But first, let me just take this moment to congratulate our council members. Yesterday was election day in the city of Phoenix, and all of the council members that were up for election were successful. Vice Mayor Laura Pastor, Councilman Kate Gallego, Councilman Jim Waring, Councilman Sal DeCiccio. So congratulations to all of them. And as far as I can tell, they're still happy that they ran for re-election for the city council. Next, we'll do citizen comments. We have 15 minutes for citizens to talk about any subject matter they would like to on non-agendized items before this city council. Okay, we'll fix that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. What the lady just said is that the translator equipment is not properly working, so maybe we can fix that before we move on with today's meeting. Can somebody help her, please? Maybe we see if anybody else, we could announce the availability of the equipment, and so if anybody else needs it that doesn't have it, or if it's not working, we can replace it.
Sí, trabaja. Okay, gracias.
Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. The first speaker on citizen comment will be Mr. Raymond Tang. Mr. Tang, you're first, followed by Leonard Clark.
Good afternoon, Mr. Council and Mrs. Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak and to read this letter to you for the petition. Whereas the Chinese Cultural Center has served as the major city landmark and important symbols of the Phoenix diversity over 20 years. Whereas the change of the ownership and the site property now threaten the ability of the Chinese Cultural Center to continue its vital function as the conduit for the cross-cultural understanding in our community. Therefore, pursuant to the Chapter 6, Section 22 of Phoenix City Charters, I, Raymond Tang, a citizen and resident of the city of Phoenix, and the president of the Chinese United Association of Greater Phoenix, hereby petition the City Council to consider and enact at the next policy section, or within 15 days, a resolution, ordinance, or measure that ensure the long-term preservation of the Chinese Cultural Center. In support of the petition, I respectfully note that the Phoenix continued growth and development must not come at the expense of the city's commitment to celebrating the many national history and culture embedded in its diverse population. For 2 decades, the Chinese Cultural Center has been our state-only bridge for introducing not only Phoenician, but all Arizonian to Chinese history, culture, architecture, and cuisine. In addition, the Chinese Cultural Center also serves as the bustling hub of economic activity and job creation in its neighborhood community. Recent changes in the ownership of the property site, however, threaten in its neighborhood community. Recent changes in the ownership of the property site sold for honoring the heritage of its Chinese residents. Accordingly, as the other major U.S. cities have successfully done, Phoenix must secure an appropriate balance between fostering development while still maintaining an unshakable commitment to the value of pluralism and diversity. Submit this 30 days of August 2017. Raymond Tang, Phoenix president of the and Phoenix voter. And a statement of the support of the Chinese Cultural Center. The Chinese United Association of Phoenix hereby expresses its full support of this petition and joins its request that the city act promptly to preserve the center's vibrant and active presence as the forum for sharing the Chinese culture and history, as well as celebrating the many contributions of the Chinese American to our city. Raymond Tan, President. Chinese United Association of Phoenix at 501c3, a nonprofit organization, comprised of the 19-member association. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tang. I'll make sure our city clerk gets an official copy of the request, and it'll be handled expeditiously. Thank you so much.
Okay. So who do I hand this copy to?
Maybe our city clerk or some representative city clerk's office come grab it. And each of the council members have a copy as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next will be Mr. Leonard Clark, followed by Heather Hamill.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Leonard Clark, born right here in Phoenix. I just want to ask you, I have a petition here, a citizen's petition, and under the city charter of Phoenix, this petition, my name is Leonard Clark. I am a resident of the city of Phoenix and request under the Phoenix City Charter that you accept our petition and place our request for Phoenix residents to create a Phoenix Police Civilian Oversight/Review Board on the agenda for the next Phoenix City Council meeting and that it be voted on. Respectfully, Leonard Clark. I have some people that signed. I'm going to turn this into one of your clerks, and I ask to be treated fairly. So it's about time that we have an Oversight Review Commission. I am not anti-police. There are police out there, and they put their lives on the line as well. So it's not here to hate the police. I'm here because all major, large, comparable metropolitan cities have these civilian oversight boards, whether it be Seattle, Chicago, where they were the ones who finally ruled against the police with the young man who had the toy gun, the young African-American man. Mayor, I ask that you show courage to us, and you back this and all of the city council. And I'm going to speak on 161.1 when that time comes. I ask you to do that. Now, secondly, I have another item to ask you. One of your members on this council, Councilperson Deborah Stark, you serve on the Legislative Mall Commission. It is a public document. My friends and I, who are trying to rename or get rid of the Confederate monument dedicated to Confederate soldiers, that none that are buried there at the Capitol, you are on this commission that has the power to at least review it. And Mr. DeMena, the chair, will not call it into session. Representative Boulding, the only African-American member of the legislature, is asking to have this. So I ask you, Councilperson Deborah Stark, as one of the members of this legislative mall, to stand by for justice and racial equality against this Confederate monument that shouldn't be there. Arizona was not a Confederate state. You're on the commission. Stand proudly, courageously with Representative Boulding and ask for it to be taken down. And also one other member, and that's the legislature, and that's Leila Alston, appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I ask her to stand by Representative Boulding. Please, let's do this. And then my last comment is, please do not tear down the Chinese Cultural Center. It is a valuable cultural part of our community, and it's just a tragedy that this is even happening, and I will be speaking to you later. I would like to turn over my petition to you, and I know a lot of times you guys, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but you guys dismiss what I do, but this is, I'm saying it under the Phoenix City Charter, my request that you take this petition and you place on the agenda, you vote up or down, that we have a civilian oversight review board like most major comparable large cities in the United States of America. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Clark. Ms. Stark cannot respond because this is a citizen comment, which means it's non-agendized item. It's a violation of the open meeting laws. So it's only input that we're taking from members of the public. Heather Hamill is next, followed by Angeles Maldonado. Ms. Hamill, good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm here to talk about the police attack on protesters that happened last Tuesday when Trump came into town, and more specifically about the cowardly response that this mayor and the council have shown in the aftermath of those events, And in particular, I wanted to talk about this so-called independent investigation that you've called for by highlighting the firm that you have chosen to conduct this investigation, OIR, a firm that has no legitimacy in this community, a firm that we know has already worked with Jerry Williams on 2 separate occasions when she was chief of police of Oxnard Police Department to help cover up the murder of individuals by that police department. And to give you some context, one of those murders was the police murder of Robert Ramirez, who died from asphyxiation when multiple officers stepped on him and held a baton to his throat while he cried out, "I can't breathe," multiple times. After the details of that murder went public, Chief Williams brought in OIR to conduct a quote-unquote independent review. And these are the suggestions that OIR gave in their report. When there's audio evidence that captures statements, OPD should prepare transcripts for the public. OPD should interview officers involved in murder. OPD should take time to interview witnesses. Their detectives should know what police policies are before investigating. None of these recommendations had to do with the excessive use of force. None of these recommendations even touched the fact that those police officers sat by and watched as one of their own choked someone out. And so I want to know, is this the type of milquetoast report that we can expect to come from OIR when they're reviewing this case? A report that only recommends that the police dot their I's and cross their T's before committing violent acts against citizenry. No, this investigation, this so-called independent investigation, is a sham. And you're not gonna get us to buy into some fake investigation by Jerry Williams' hand-picked investigators. This isn't anything, we're just gonna call it like it is. This isn't anything but a $50,000 delay tactic so that they can produce a glowing report that PD can then use in the media. And we don't need an investigation to know what happened. We don't need an investigation to know that PD's use of force was excessive. We don't need an investigation to conclude that Chief Williams was either grossly incompetent and lost control of her officers or complicit in the abuse of Phoenix residents. If you really want to resolve this issue, all you have to do is place a ban on both the acquisition of military-grade weapons and the use of military-grade weapons. And we want you to quit playing the blame game and placing responsibility onto Phoenix residents who were there and drop all charges on the protesters who were arrested that night. And also, I noticed another item was on this agenda that had to do with increasing the number of officers in Phoenix schools. Will your Phoenix police officers...
I'm going to cut you off only because those are actually, I should have stopped you earlier. Those are agendized items, and the proper time for testimony will be when those items come up. I didn't forewarn anyone in the crowd about that, but if you want to testify on the school resource officer issue, please hold your testimony now and come up at the time that item is before this council.
Okay,
These
well,
are
I'll
for
talk about the events on Tuesday. Your Phoenix police officers fired tear gas and pepper balls at children. How can we trust them in our schools? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hamill. So we have enough time for one more citizen comment now, and then we'll go through our formal public meeting, and then if individuals want to speak, there's a lot of people here to speak on citizen comments. We'll stay as long as you want to keep providing testimony at the end of the agendized items are dealt with by the City Council. Ms. Maldonado, please.
My name is Dr. Maldonado, and I'm here in solidarity with everyone here to denounce the violence that Phoenix Police Department inflicted upon our community, and also to publicly shame you, Mayor, and everyone else who has not taken any action after what we know has happened. That night, after people were tear gassed, after people were running, after we were hearing children crying, and we were hearing people screaming, and there was chaos, and we were afraid, you went on TV, on national TV, and tell people that it was a success, that your action was a success because people were able to go home safe. Perhaps you don't understand the definition of safety, but we do, and we do not feel safe. Your police department endangered our families and continues to break the fragile trust that even exists because we have no trust for the Phoenix Police Department. This police department has a history of violating and using excessive force and violating our constitutional rights. We were there to protest, which is our right, and you infringed upon that right through force and violence. And that is a language that you need to be careful about using because you have been using that language, and perhaps maybe it's time that our community uses a language that you understand. Right now, we are telling you through words that what you did was unacceptable, and we will not tolerate it. We will hold you accountable, and we will continue to show up here to make sure that you understand that you are messing with our families, and we're not okay with that. We're not going to be okay with that. If we were here to tell you that there was a fire outside, you'd be listening in, right? Well, let me tell you, there is a fire. There is a fire in all of us here today, and we are here to tell you that you need to pick a side, that you need to start listening to what we're saying. We are not safe. We are not happy with what you did. And now to even have the audacity to say that there's going to be an investigation. We don't need, like Heather said, we don't need an investigation. We are telling you, we are the public. You are public servants. You work for us. And as public servants, you need to promote the public good, and you are not promoting the public good. You are endangering the good. I know that you are protecting a certain segment of this community, but you need to work for all of us. And we are here to tell you that what you are doing is unacceptable, it's disgusting, and also it's sending a message that this police department is incompetent. You're saying that you were threatened by a water bottle? You're telling me that this police department lacks the sophistication to de-escalate a situation, that you have to resort to massive force. Then perhaps you guys need a lot more. You know, you need some training or something to figure it out. But you're playing with our lives. And if you think that we're going to be okay with that, you're wrong.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Maldonado. All right, now we're going to move on to the rest of our agenda. With the city clerk. City clerk, please read the 24-hour paragraph.
Public comment is not over.
Well, no, so under our city council rules, we have 15 minutes of citizen comment. So we're not gonna end. We're gonna hear every single person who has submitted a card for public comment will be heard. What we're gonna do now is go through the formal agenda vote and then hear those items. Okay. Okay. This item now. Ma'am, please. Sure. Okay, we're going to move up. I think many people are here to provide public testimony on item 161.1. So,
May I ask?
okay, so we're going to.
Greta.
What's that?
May- Mayor.
Vice Mayor, ma'am, please. Every single person is. Thank you. All right, every single person's got a chance to testify. All right.
Mayor.
Vice
Mayor.
Mayor, wait please cut the microphone.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor, the Vice Mayor has the floor. The Vice Mayor has the floor.
me
Vice
have
Mayor,
it.
please.
Let me have
Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor has the floor.
Mayor, I would. Greta. 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 Greta.
All right, Vice Mayor has the floor. Vice Mayor.
Mayor. Mayor.
Right.
Mayor.
We're going to move up the item.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, Mayor, the mic won't go on. I have the floor at this moment. Mayor, I'm asking to move item number 161.1 to here at currently in our formal agenda.
All right, so the motion is to move 161.1 out of order, move it to the front of the agenda so we can hear that item right away. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor,
I'll
say
second
aye.
that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. So we're going to hear item 161.1. I believe that many people are here to provide testimony on that item. So in addition to providing testimony on that item, every single person who's here to provide citizen comment is going to be able to provide citizen comment. We're going to hear 161.1, then whip through the remainder of our business items, and then go through every single citizen that wants. I'll be here all night as long as people want to provide testimony. I'll be here all night. Okay. So
Item.
No, that's yes. Okay. So everyone will have an opportunity to provide citizen comment, but we're going to move forward with item 161.1. That is the item on the agenda right now.
My question to the crowd and my question to everyone is those that are on citizen comments, are you going to also speak on 161? I am, okay, I will, correct. Okay, so 161, I have to ask, are they able to then give testimony on the 161? I know you're not asking, I'm asking for legal clarity. Thank you.
So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, with respect to 161, I understand that it's been taken out of order, and so, yes, the council can receive testimony on that item from those who would like to at this time.
So,
All right, so we're going to turn to Ms. City Manager. Mr. City Manager, you have asked that item 161.1 be before this City Council. I wanted you the opportunity to speak on why you recommend it before this City Council. You have You'll have the opportunity, obviously, to speak on this or any other item on today's agenda. No one's going to be denied the opportunity to speak on today's agenda. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Item 161.1 is a request to authorize a contract and payment to an external agency, OIR Group, for an independent review of the events of August 22nd.
We're going to have to recess the meeting. I'm going to recess.
My interest lies in the use of the misnomer less lethal weapons. Oxymoron. I will also touch on the misnomer riot controlling agents. First, the research indicating that chemical weapons and OC including this is a 2-minute speech. If the mic is on, I can be off and on here.
Ma'am, I was going to let you finish and then move on with the rest of our agenda, please. Go ahead.
This isn't.
No one's interrupting, please.
The research indicating chemical weapons,
Please.
including CS, CN, and OC, have a short duration of action, and their long-term harm is negligible, include studies that were done by military and manufacturers of these weapons on healthy young men. One study with a sample of just 35 men. Therefore, the use of these chemical weapons on women, children, elders, and those with pre-existing conditions cannot be proven to have only short duration of action and of being benign in the long run. We simply do not have these long-term studies in the literature and therefore cannot have evidence-based treatment plans to care for those who have been exposed. This handicaps the medical community as well as those attacked by these weapons. As early as 1998, The Lancet, a respected medical journal in my professional community, has called for a moratorium on these chemical weapons because the long-term effects cannot be determined given the paucity of data. We do not know if these agents are carcinogenic or cancer-causing. If they were, they certainly could not be called less lethal weapons. Since there is also no known antidote to these agents, the medical community's outcry is an ethical one. How can you deploy weapons knowing that there is no antidote for them? Or if there is one, and manufacturers and military testers have willingly not shared that with us, that is an issue, an ethical issue of healthcare accessibility and medical justice. Second, these riot control agents, or RCAs, cause known eye, respiratory, and skin issues, some of them long-term as studied in the literature, especially when used with explosive devices near the face and eyes as they were on Tuesday, August 22nd. Allow me to state that we have video and photographic evidence of Phoenix PD firing these weapons directly at human bodies with high-velocity devices, not on the ground. Let me list a few long-term effects of these riot-controlling agents. Secondary glaucoma. We know that glaucoma is a disease of degeneration that should not be accelerated with these riot control agents, but it happens. Necrotizing keratitis, cataracts, traumatic optic neuropathy, big words, but basically loss of sight. Particulates in the cornea and conjunctiva can be embedded by canisters or explosive devices, which were employed by Phoenix PD on Tuesday, August 22nd. Pulmonary edema. This is the accumulation of fluid in the lungs that can constrict both pulmonary activity, lung activity, and heart activity. The feeling has been described as feeling like you're drowning. This is a medical emergency. Reactive airway disease occurs in people with pre-existing conditions such as asthma and COPD. Sensory hyperreactivity syndrome, or SHR. This is a new diagnosis developed because of the use of riot-controlling agents. This is the direct development of chronic respiratory sensitivity to external agents as a result of inhaled chemical weapons, namely CS and OC, which are employed by the Phoenix PD. Moreover, this does not respond to standard treatment of reactive airway disease that is known in the medical community. This occurs in people without any prior history of respiratory disease. The presentation can occur up to 4 months after exposure. Therefore, by deploying chemical weapons, Phoenix PD has put itself at risk of civil and medical litigation if civilians who suffered acute chemical weapon injuries can make that case against the city and the department. The point is that the Phoenix PD caused them to develop chronic and lifelong medical debility as a result of its excessive use of chemical weapons. One exposure is one too many, and it cannot be proven that it's not enough. Third, riot control agents play a role in death. We do have animal studies on this. Rats exposed to less than 40 grams of pepper spray, or OC, have died. We know that standard issue preparations have 120 grams per unit. While the Phoenix PD operations manual suggests officers spray an assailant from 12 to 15 feet away at a 1-second spray, we have video footage of an officer deploying a sustained spray at point-blank range at civilians in the path of an inexplicably marching Phoenix PD on Tuesday, August 22nd. We have literature proving that 20 to 60 seconds of pepper spray causes severe ocular and respiratory symptoms I've already mentioned. Riot-controlling agents may have chronic and late effects, as I mentioned before, but more importantly, their safety ratios are very likely to be lower than expected and or advertised. If you don't have data, you can't put medication on the market in the United States, but you can buy, sell, and deploy chemical weapons without that data. If animal studies don't interest you, then we have 10 post-mortem cases from 2013 on protesters aged 29 to 68, both white and black, who were exposed to pepper spray, the same chemical weapons deployed by the Phoenix PD on Tuesday, August 22nd. Their autopsies were performed by a standardized Minnesota protocol. 3 of those 10 were found to have the primary cause of death as riot control agents. If I was trying to sell it to you, I would say that 30% of these people died because of riot controlling agents. That was the primary cause of their death. 3 of those 10 had riot control agents as the secondary cause of death. On death certificates, we're only allowed to fill out 4 lines for the cause of death. 3 of them, we could isolate CN, CS, and OC as associated with their deaths. In 7 of them, it was pepper spray alone that was related to their cause of death. Pepper spray doesn't appear as innocuous as we have believed it to be before, now does it? The ACLU of Southern California submitted 26 cases of wrongful death by riot-controlling agents, specifically pepper spray, between 1993 and 1995. 10 of them did not mention pepper spray at all, suggesting that the coroner did not receive the information, the vital information that these people were exposed to pepper spray. This egregious lack of transparency will not be made in Phoenix. We are watching. In conclusion, I applaud the Phoenix PD for maintaining peace and preventing riots for the first 6 hours of the protest on Tuesday, August 22nd. Officers without riot gear were in the crowd dispersing fights and protecting civilians. However, they failed in their duty to protect by deploying chemical weapons that are potentially lethal without warning into a crowd of civilians, many of whom were from vulnerable health populations, including women, children, and the elderly. The use of these potentially lethal weapons, chemical weapons, caused a riot, panic, and further injury than was necessary and had not occurred until that point. Riot control agents failed to riot control. In fact, they incited riots and put Phoenix PD and civilians at avoidable risk. I will not belabor you with what Phoenix PD should have been doing instead. They should have been doing what they were doing in the hours prior. Individual bottle throwers could have been subdued with just a pair of officers. Even using a sniper presented by the federal government at that point would have been an improvement on what actually took place. The Phoenix PD protocol on chemical weapons was not followed by individual officers, and I believe it is because the department, our city, and the country at large does not call these weapons what they are. They are not less lethal. They are potentially lethal, and as such should not be used against the very people who deserve protection against them. A farcical investigation into this is an insult to the Phoenix community, who will not be appeased until Phoenix PD no longer uses potentially lethal chemical weapons against its citizens, threatening their health and safety. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna gavel this meeting in recess right now. We're gonna try to figure out if we can continue with our business. All right, so the meeting is gaveled, recess at this time. We'll try to come back and finish a little bit. Thank you. Order of the cards. I have to formally gavel. I have to gavel the meeting back to order. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to gavel the meeting back to order. We're back in session of the.
We're going live. What happened is when we went on recess, everything closed. We're now going back live. That's what we're trying to. We're back in recess.
So we are going to listen. So we are going to take the citizen comment cards that were submitted and listen to citizen comment. We're going to take it right now. We're going to take it right now. I've talked to my colleagues, and that was the best. So is Francisca Porches here? You thank him?
And Mayor, excuse me.
George.
If I might, excuse me.
Councilwoman, please.
Hold on. Hold down.
All right.
Hold on.
Please.
George Sanchez,
hold
is
on.
George Sanchez here?
Just hold on for a moment.
I think we'd like to hear what you have to
We
say, but when you're screaming and everyone's talking, it's hard
We're going to go back
hear.
to citizen comment, so we are going to do that.
What is your name?
My name is Jessica Adame.
Please, now turn the mic
Jessica,
on, and we're going to
go.
listen to citizen comment. Please, go ahead.
Okay. What you have here is a community that was afraid. We have already feared the police too long. And now you attack us. We were there peacefully for hours, not disturbing anybody whatsoever. Without a warning, the police department opened fire to elderly people. 2 of them sitting next to me couldn't even breathe, falling over the barricades. What safety did you provide? What safety? No safety whatsoever. I cannot rely. I don't have faith on the city of Phoenix, and not you, Mayor Stanton, for leaving that way. We are here to speak on the behalf of everybody that was there, and you decide to leave. Why would you even do that? We're here to speak to you. It's disrespectful. The way that you want us to respect you, you must remain. I was shot by rubber bullets, helping people escape.
There's steel bullets covered in rubber.
Yes. Helping people escape the attack. I returned to the area where everything happened. 50 protesters with their hands up peacefully, not moving an inch. Did nothing to disrupt them. One person threw one water bottle, and you get to attack all of us with rubber bullets, with tear gas, scaring everybody. You cannot do that. This report will not pass. You cannot allow this to happen. You have the evidence. Everybody here that's here. The community is your evidence. We are the ones that are on the streets. You are sitting at home watching everything happen while we're out there suffering. So step up for the community that elected you and do what's right, Mayor Stanton. Do what's right.
I think, is George Sanchez here? I'm going to try to go in order of the cards, and then if other people want to provide testimony, they certainly can. Is George Sanchez here?
People are lined up.
Okay, no problem. How about Diane Barker? Did you provide testimony, Ms. Barker? Is she still? Okay, I want to respect, people submitted cards, I want to be respectful, and then we'll keep going in order.
Hold on. Okay. Time out.
Mayor, I'm
Time
here.
out because we have to have some order. So,
Ms.
hold
Barker.
on. We are going to go through the cards. What is your name? What is your name?
I'm Reverend Janessa Chastain.
Okay.
I do have a card.
All right, Ms. Barker will be next, and thank you. Please, go ahead.
Okay. I know this can be hard to hear angry people, but it's part of my sacred duty to speak truth to power, and sometimes being angry is one of the most sacred things that we can do. And so I was really disappointed, Mayor Stanton, with your initial response to the protest. I was really disappointed that you seemed pleased with the response of the police. And so I'm glad that you're willing to hear our stories today, and I know that it's going to be hard because you're going to have to hear our anger, but it's important for you to hear the voices of the people that were there. My clergy sister and I were standing in front of the church across from the convention center, and we were just talking about going over to the prayer vigil and marching on the Capitol when we heard yelling, and without warning, we looked over and we saw a cloud of gas moving towards us. We saw people running with their hands in the air, yelling peaceful protest, and we both immediately remembered that we had just been speaking with elderly clergy. We had just seen children with their families. And so we moved towards the cloud of gas because our immediate instinct was to help others. I watched as medics ran in. I watched as a Planned Parenthood volunteer who had just been handing out water threw on her gas mask and ran into the cloud of danger because she wanted to help people. I want to make it very clear that we watched people running towards us trying to get away from the police. And we watched an escalation of chemical weapons coming towards us, and we never heard a word of warning. And I never saw the violence that supposedly created this response. I just saw an escalation of chemical weapons moving ever towards us. And so as we started to back away, I saw two girls who had been separated from their family. And so I knew that I had to stay with them until they found their family to make sure that they were safe, not from the protesters, but from the Phoenix police, because I didn't trust what was about to happen. I have had the privilege my entire life of never having to be afraid of the police, but I was in that moment. And the little girl who was about 9 years old was terrified of the police, and she doesn't get that moment back, and they don't get that moment back. They don't get to create a new impression of who they are to this child. And so I need you all to condemn that behavior. I need you to condemn their response, and I need a true independent investigation to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen again. I was sick for days after this happened. These are not simple ways to disperse crowds. These are chemical weapons. We need to make sure that these kind of weapons are not an option for Phoenix police to use against citizens. We need to make sure that chemical warfare is not on the table for citizens of the United States. When I was in seminary, I had the opportunity to do an internship with the Church Center for the United Nations in New York City. One of the last things that I did in my time there was a memorial service for those who had been assassinated protesting the mining industry in South American countries, in India and in Papua New Guinea. I was able to meet women in those countries, and we talked a lot about how precious the right to protest was in my country. But they also said that they believed at the time that they had the right to protest in their country. And they watched bit by bit as that right was eroded. And they said that it never started with deadly violence. It always started small, and it always felt justified. And you always saw the political leaders say, but they deserved it that time. We have to work. We have to fight to preserve our First Amendment right to gather and to protest now more than ever, because we know that this administration would be more than happy to take it away. We have to make sure that the police do not use chemical weapons as a means to silence and as a means to scare us into complacency, as a means to scare us into doing the will of the government. You need to allow us to gather and to feel safe when we do so. That is your responsibility, and we are asking you to take that responsibility seriously.
Thank you. Before we start this moment, so obviously we're going to...
My name is Raymond.
Sir, just a moment, please, just a moment. So
I just
after-
want to no, my
after
check.
consulting with the council, we're gonna do citizen comments. Okay.
I'm one of the victims that was there. I suffer from chronic pulmonary disease. If you want a lawsuit, Mayor, I got your lawsuit. I got a doctor's statement right here of what I suffer from. Your chemical weapons that you allowed your police department to use against a crowd, a peaceful crowd. Oh, come on. 1 or 2 water bottles thrown and you're threatened? Okay, and another thing, ban this little fake little investigation you're gonna do only to back up your police department. Ban it, because we need our own citizen investigation. Not your investigation, ours. And, you know, you need to stop these chemical weapons, because I'm one of the sufferers. I was there, I was peaceful. I was yelling to keep it peaceful. I was one of the ones that even gave Trump supporters something to drink. I even shook the hands of one of your officers to thank him for his services before this happened. So, and you still, and another thing, about you not wanting the president to come here, then you should have been at the airport to stop Air Force One from landing. That's what you should have did, Mayor. Stop being fake. Stop being fake. And as for Jerry Williams, you know what? I know her for many years before she became chief of police. And I really had respect for her. But now she lost that respect. This is our streets. You are supposed to protect us, not go against us. So here's your lawsuit. I have a doctor's statement. I suffer from respiratory illness. So any kind of chemicals, if you were to light a cigarette, I'm going to walk away. So all I have to say is ban these chemical records. Stop your fake investigation. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Hold up. Hang on. I need his name.
It needs to take your name.
I need the name. Raymond Celaya? Okay, sir, do you have a card? Your name.
James Eiler. James Eiler.
Okay, James, thank you.
Please go ahead.
EYLER. My name is James Eiler. I'm a veteran, Staff Sergeant, U.S. Army. Turn on the mic, please. All right, my name is James Eiler. I served in the U.S. Army for 7 years. I was a Staff Sergeant in a reconnaissance platoon. I spent 2 years in the heat of battle, thick of Iraq. We were the spearhead for 4th ID. We were also one of the units that participated in the capture of Saddam Hussein. I was specially trained in urban combat tactics. What I experienced during the protest was deplorable. I initially praised the police department for having cordoned off both groups. They did a marvelous job up until the point where they escalated force to an unreasonable degree. I've been in the thick of battle. I served my nation. I was shot. I've been through IEDs. What I saw that day was inexcusable. It was an escalation of force that should have never happened. We were peacefully protesting. We were peacefully protesting. I was 20 feet behind the barricade right in front of the Herberger Institute. There was no reason why this should have happened. I was standing right next to Antifa. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. And I gotta say, having been in riots, having been in battle, in combat, been shot at, for someone to say that a water bottle is justification for tear gas, rubber bullets, pepper bullets, and concussion grenades, that is ridiculous. We heard no warning to disperse. I've heard reports that the bird up in the air was telling everyone to disperse. That's a lie. I was there. There was a bird. I saw it. I have pictures and video from 8:30. We were peacefully protesting. Exactly what the First Amendment protects, and our First Amendment rights were violated. They were absolutely violated, and that's not what I served my nation for. So the police did a wonderful job up until the point where they lost control. They lost control, not us.
Thank you.
You can go ahead with your investigation. We all know what's going to happen. Nothing's going to come up. Everyone's going to go off scot-free. But you seriously need to train your police department and the proper procedures for escalation of force, because that was not what happened that day.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Barker?
Diane? Yes. Okay, thank you, Mayor. I did sign up for public comment. And I
Thank
do
you.
appreciate the First Amendment. I'd like everybody to know that. But I feel that you have threatened my life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness under the Constitution, the 14th. I've lived downtown for 5 years. I'm asking all these people that are so belligerent about the fact that chemicals, and mind you, I suffered from that tear gas because I was inside the rally and outside. It was peaceful inside and for a while outside. But my point is how many people considered in our non-attainment under the Clean Air Act, the pollution, the ozone, and the particulates, how did you care about the emissions and the pollution and the contaminants that you brought downtown to protest? Did anybody care about that? Because I'll tell you this, fundamentally, before the First Amendment of your right to your vocals, you've got to breathe. And that's all I need is the air I can breathe to love you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Barker. Please.
Hi,
Your
my
name?
name is Sarah Schweiger, and I have maybe a little bit of a different
Do
perspective.
you have a card?
My name is Sarah
No,
Schweiger.
I need to know if you have a card for the record.
I'm not sure if you guys have it. I just want to say what I'm trying to say, that I was on Washington, and I know a lot of the people that are here represented today were on Monroe, and they had obviously a horrible day. I saw things on Washington where there were Trump supporters and protesters and a lot of police officers having conversations, and there was some anger, but everything was managed to be diffused without any pepper bombs or anything going on. Then I walked over to 2nd Street. About the time that the explosion started, I was in front of a police officer. I'm not here to testify on his state of mind, but I am here to say that when the explosion went off, the crowd was scared, and they asked for clarification about what had happened. And he made a very flippant remark about it being a grenade. Scared everybody in the crowd a little bit, and when he realized that, retracted and clarified that it was just a police disbursement technique. Then about 30 seconds later, I listened to him say, "Watch them scatter now, choke on that." That was his mentality in front of the Trump arena as people were leaving this rally. That's what I heard him say. I don't know where his head was at, but it definitely didn't sound like he was interested in keeping the peace or keeping the protesters safe, that he seemed very interested in everybody leaving. I have lived here my whole life, and this whole situation breaks my heart, but I am ridiculously proud of everybody for being here today and telling you guys how we feel and making sure that it's known, because we do know what happened, and it's very different than what was said on the news.
Thank you so much.
Okay, they're got it. They got it right there.
My name is Eduardo, and I
Eduardo, your
want to
last
start
name?
off by saying thank you to all the men and women who put their lives on the line on Tuesday night, the members of PUC, that's the Phoenix Urban Health Coalition, because they were the ones that were truly protecting them that night. I saw people run in and grab people out and do medical procedures. I don't know what they're called, but it saved a lot of people that night. And after this event, I don't think there's any more trust between the community and the police, the Phoenix Police Department. And it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot to rebuild that. And for the police officers, personally, as humans, what you guys need to start doing is boycotting racist laws, is standing up and acting out against police brutality, and protecting and serving the oppressed, not the oppressor. And you know, if that doesn't happen, there's going to come a time where the community is just going to opt out of your service, and we're going to start to defend our own communities and heal our own communities. That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
I have a yellow card there.
Well, just say your name and we'll find it. Yeah, we're going out of order, but we're
My
we're
first name
we're
is
going with it. Why not? All right,
My
go ahead.
name is Ira Yedlin.
Thank you.
And I am a former resident of Phoenix who currently lives in Bisbee. My wife and I drove up to the demonstration on Tuesday night, expecting it, as it turned out, to be a nonviolent demonstration, except for the reaction of your police department. I was non-violently protesting. I was hit with 8 projectiles, including one to my face, fired by your police department while non-violently protesting. I am 70 years old. I have been involved in nonviolent protests in various cities around the country that I have lived in since the Vietnam War. I have never seen a more outrageous response from a police department towards those of us who were non-violently protesting. One more thing. While sitting in the emergency room in Sierra Vista on my way home, because the laceration that I suffered on my face wouldn't stop bleeding for 4 or 5 hours, I heard you at a press conference talking about how nobody was injured and everybody returned home safely. Well, I'm here to tell you that was not the case, and heads need to roll over what happened to those of us who are non-violently protesting.
All right, thank you very much. Ma'am, please.
Hi, my name's Marina Farrell. I'm a midwife here in the Valley. I don't have a card. And the first thing I want to say is I'm really proud to be a community midwife with this community behind us, because every single one of these human beings are compassionate, loving. They're here because they want a better world. They have families, children, friends, community that they love. And I just want to really humanize all of us, because we all are a peaceful, loving group coming to talk to you about the problems of violence in our community. I want to talk about the fact that I am part of the PUC Medic Collective, and I operate as a midwife there and also as a medic, because when we go to those protests and people are protesting violently, the community knows that the potential for violence is so high that we actually need to have medics from our own community come in, because we're trusted and the Phoenix PD is not. And so it's really important that we're there, and yet it's also so unfortunate. And when you're a medic and you're at those protests and you see things like a medic tent being overrun by scared people who cannot get out of the way of chemical weapons, potentially lethal chemical weapons, there is nothing like that. The fear on people's faces. And, you know, there's children there, and it's violent. And I also want to talk about the fact that I have the joy of attending families as they welcome a newborn baby. And families want a better future for those babies right now. And they're scared because the way that this country is turning, the future is not looking bright unless all of us come here and speak to you. And I appreciate that you're taking the time to listen, because you really need to hear this. We all need to have a better world for our babies. And part of that is not putting police on school campuses. We don't want our children to go to school and starting to understand what it's meant to be policed. We're a free society. That's one of the best things of living in this country, is that we're supposed to have these freedoms not to be policed. And I also want to talk about those protesters. I was there. The protesters were acting in self-defense. If you have a missile, you have a fire-hot canister that's shot at you that can harm you, your first reaction is to either kick that away from you or to somehow act in a way of self-defense. Those protesters were acting in self-defense. They should be home with their families being taken care of. That's where they belong. That's where they should be. There should be absolutely no charges against those protesters. And finally, we all know about the investigation. I don't think I need to talk about that. But as a medical person, your community is speaking to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Ma'am, go ahead, please, and then state your name, just so if you have a card, we'll pull
My
it out of
name
order.
is
Go ahead.
Jessica Muir. I was at the protest. The tear gas was very uncomfortable. It was difficult to breathe. I have asthma. It was a very awful and violent situation, which came on the heels of a very peaceful protest, one of the most inspiring things that I've been a part of in my adult life. I call on you to tell your police force to never use force like that again, to take those tools away from them because they don't know how to use them. They're wrong. Don't use them again. Keep these people safe. We vote. We pay taxes in this city, and we want to be safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good to see you, please.
My name is Darius Stokes. I actually showed up to actually make a complaint on your officers and was assaulted and almost basically could have lost my life that night, all because of your officers not following proper protocol. Let alone just watching the protests to be directed in a demeanor of what seemed to be military tactics on regular civilians that are out here paying everybody's salary that's sitting in this room. For myself, to this day, I'm now afraid to even contact the police if anything is to happen, because I don't know what other things are going to happen. I was brutally beaten, left in a jail cell, and had to wait for a nurse to send me to the ER in an ambulance on a backboard and a neck brace in order just to find out my wounds. Now I have to go and see neurologists, I have to go and see ophthalmologists, dentists, simply because of the assaults that your officers did on me when I did the proper thing in just making a complaint on one of your officers. So the fact that you, Mayor Stanton, out of respect, the fact that you got up and walked out, that was utterly disrespectful to any of us that suffered any injuries.
Mayor.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, hold on. I can't wait in that line because people have been cutting. So let me just say this. I think that it's not a good idea for you to waste any more dollars out of our city's budget to conduct a phony investigation into the police department. Now, I saw several members in this room of people who are on your African American Advisory Committee, Mayor. I'm one of them. I see people on your Latino Advisory Committee, the Disability Advisory Committee. If we serve on those committees, what's the point if you don't trust us to be able to do the job that we've been appointed to do? So don't spend the $50,000 and hire the company. Get a sampling from every committee and let us listen to public testimony. If it takes 2 weeks, if it takes a month, let the people that you trust to advise you and that the chief trusts to advise her, suddenly you all don't want to hear from your advisors. This is, first of all, let me tell you something. If we looked into the political relationships and friendships of every politician in town, including myself, we would all be on an island of hypocrites. So let's be honest with each other, okay? Secondly, the police department has done this for a number of years. Mayor and council, you know, when we protested around Michelle Cusseau and other people who have been killed, black people who have been killed by the police department. Now, it wasn't this diverse of an outcry, but the outcry was equal. And I don't remember this council offering to spend $50,000 to investigate the department at that time either. So I think that if there's going to be equal treatment by the leaders of this city, there's no real justification for spending an additional $50,000 because the people who got hurt this time around as a bit more diverse sampling. Now everyone knows what it feels like to be a Negro in Phoenix. So I hope that you don't waste the money and that you look to the advisors that you have and allow us to have a public hearing and get public testimony and do the right thing. I mean, I hate to see it. I heard the brother that came down here right there with the doctor's note talking about how he's known Jerry Williams. I've known our police chief my entire life. And I'm finding it very hard right now to distinguish between whether or not she's the chief of police or she's just some black window dressing. This department is the same as it was under Chief Yonner. You haven't done a damn thing. Do you know the officers that beat this man downtown? None of them, not one, had a body camera on. Not one. Do you know he wasn't there to protest the president? He wasn't there to go to the rally. An officer ran him off the road, and a 911 operator told him to get the officer's badge number. And when he went to get the badge number, the officers just kicked his ass. This is an innocent bystander. That's why I encourage them to come down here today. The police department needs to be reformed. It doesn't have anything to do with this president that we have. It has nothing to do with the politics of this city council, and it has everything to do with the police department that for half a decade has led the nation in acts of police brutality and murderous acts, particularly against people of color. So to the Johnny-come-latelys, welcome aboard. But this problem's been going on for quite some time.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker. Just state your name, and then if you had a card, let us know, and we'll take it out of the pile. Otherwise, just let's state your name and whatever testimony you have, please. Sir, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Elvin. I have a card there, Elvin Estre.
Thank you.
And I'll try to keep it short since there's a lot of people here. The day before we went to the protest, we took some of our high school students with us, and we trained them in de-escalation. We knew the weekend before what had happened. And so we trained them in case people came at them with racist comments and try to just like make them act. However, we did not expect the attacker to be the city itself. So it was the police that escalated everything. So I guess that was bad on us. And then you in your press conference right after, you said everybody got home safely, but it was only one side that got home safely. You said everybody got their right to express their freedom of speech. Only one of them got their right to do it the entire way. So we can see which side you were kind of protecting the most, which contradicts your Trump statement. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It's Greta. All right, Greta's next. Greta Rogers, please.
My name is Greta Rogers. Welcome, Mayor and Council, back from your 60-day paid vacation. I hope you all enjoyed it. This is a wake-up call to this city, and I've been coming to these meetings pretty regularly now for 30 years, and other convenings of City of Phoenix subcommittees and bond committees. No longer can you live in the dream world that this is Happyville. You need to stand up, rise up to the level of your obligations as elected council members and the mayor to the entirety of this city, regardless of race, creed, or economic level. None of them matter. Everyone is a citizen and has equal rights under the Constitution of the United States, to which you swear an oath. But listen to me, Mayor, you take it like it was an unnecessary pain-in-the-neck pledge. It's not. It's law. And you follow it. We need a $45,000 investigation on this, as many people have said. Like I need an ophthalmologist to tell me that I need glasses. Management, too, has been totally complicit in this miasma of Happyville, the city of Phoenix governing. And this article on the 19th of August about the library, one of our most valuable capital assets, springing a leak in the fire sprinkler pipe on the 5th floor that you had been told about from an official inspection for which you paid over a year ago, that the pipe was corroded and in danger of causing leakage. You did nothing. You paid a contractor and did nothing. That's like going to a doctor and the doctor telling you you have the flu and you need to take the antibiotics as prescribed. And you decide, the hell with it, I'm not going to do it. That's stupid and irresponsible. And you're not getting paid $300,000 plus a year to be stupid and irresponsible. Then six months ago, allegedly, you had it inspected again on the annual inspection for 2017, and you were told it was critical. And what did you do? Nothing. And now we've got a library that is not going to be able to be used for 1 year. You announced on TV, I saw you a few days ago, the cost of this repair is going to be, you don't even know. It's going to be in 7 figures. This is like having a car and putting gas in it and driving it and not taking care of it. And that's what you've done to a capital asset that we provided you by passing a bond issue in '89, for which we are responsible to pay off the bonds, and if they were 20-year bonds, we did. You're responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of all the assets of the city of Phoenix, and I don't think we have one that's more valuable for everyone to use free of charge, except a minor fee for a library card, than the Phoenix City Library. Do your due diligence and your responsibility in a timely manner daily. And this is a wake-up call to you today from the citizens from all over this city, all walks of life. And you better listen, because you're a long way from Happyville. And you better perform your due diligence and your duty as required by your oath and what you told people you would do when you ran for office. I've had enough of it.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. Please.
My name is Gina Mendez, G-I-N-A-M-E-N-D-E-Z. So I just want to talk about like what happened last week. I was there. And one thing I want to tell y'all is we had 25 youth with us, young leaders with us. And to see that the way the police department reacted that day is a damn shame. It is awful. For you know how hard we had to talk to the parents, us to telling them how it's important for their kids to express themselves, because we're tired. They're tired. They're tired of all this discrimination, all this racism. And y'all let the police department mess up that day. Y'all should be ashamed. What happened that day is y'all showed our young leaders what the community already knows. We know that we have two-faced politicians fake politicians and racist ass police here in Phoenix. Do your job. If not, we will take it from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, please.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Silverio Garcia, and there's a yellow card up there.
Thank you.
I was number 9, I think, if you look at your list.
Right. We're going out of order at this point, but
I was going to make sure I could speak. First of all, I want to complain about a police officer downstairs. I arrived at this meeting, and they said it was crowded, so we had to go downstairs. Mayor, I heard you say, well, we don't know what we're going to do here, so I decided to come back up right now. And the police officer told me that if I come back up, I got to go outside, and maybe I'm not going to be let in. So I'm going to file a complaint against that police officer because he was going to deny me my rights in an open meeting law, okay? And you can start with that cop, okay? I'm here to talk about something ethnic, something racial. Everything has been said here. You guys deserve it, okay? Happy hunting and good luck. What I want to talk about is civil rights. We're talking about rights. We're talking about racism. The lady sitting here is fulfilling a civil right because there's federal assurances that are spent by the city council here. What I want to talk about is Title VI. For 7.5 years, I went after your neighbors across the street, the county, and I got about 84 pages on civil rights violations in Joe Arpaio, okay, which is coming. I would like to think that you were sitting here not with your eyes closed or your ears closed and paying attention to what was going on across the street. What I'm here to talk about is this issue that's talked about today is very sad. So I was concerned about the Latino community understanding what is it that was going to happen today and how could they sign up. I went to your website, and yeah, you have a translation button on your website, but then after you translate it and you hit the link, what you're looking for, it's still in English. So I'm saying to you, quit the discrimination against the Latino community and those that don't speak English. Please have meetings. Please understand what federal assurances means when you receive it and when you spend it. Another example is the city council agenda. You can translate all you want on the website, but when you hit the final link, the thing is still in English. So I ask you, and I ask you, Mayor, especially since you're running this thing, when is the discrimination going to end? When are we going to get true equal access to federally funded buildings and meetings? That happened for 7.5 years across the road, and it's obviously you weren't listening. So I spoke to my board. I'm the executive director for the Civil Rights Center. And I went to my board today, and I said, hey, can I propose something to city council? Because I waited 7.5 years on Joe Arpaio. I can wait another 7.5 on you, okay? And I'm asking you, Mayor, I'm asking to meet with you. I'm asking that the CRC president meet with you. I'm asking that CRC members meet with you. And the topic's going to be, let's end the discrimination on language access plans in the city of Phoenix. And that covers all departments. That covers everybody. Because if you're federally funded, everybody's federally funded, and all the civil rights laws apply. And it is time to have inclusion and not exclusion. And I could go on and talk all night, but I will save that for the conversation, Mayor. You have my contact information on the yellow card. I'm asking to meet with you, Mayor. My board is asking to meet with you because it is time to end the exclusion in the city of Phoenix. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Hi.
Hello, my name is Samaya Dawood. I grew up here in Phoenix, and I've lived in Phoenix most of my life. I was tear gassed at the Trump rally, and I was also tear gassed at a Black Lives Matter march a year ago. And I'm going to first talk about that. Similar to the anti-Trump rally, I was at the front of the line. I didn't see any violence from any protester. Next thing you know, there's pepper balls, tear gas, and so forth. The day before that, I was perfectly healthy. I was perfectly healthy up to that point. I was actually hiking in northern Arizona the day before. I'm also HIV positive. After that tear gas, I started getting sick at about noon the next day. This was July 9th. The protest was July 8th. I was sick. I was in and out of the hospital 5 times, and I was sick basically up to November. All kinds of infections, and I have no doubt in my mind that this tear gas triggered that. Anyway, thankfully I recovered. Another thing is I filed a public records request with the police department specifically asking for the nature of the chemicals used. I wanted to know what kind of weapons they deployed on us. the manufacturers of the tear gas, the pepper spray, and so forth. All I received in response was about a 70-page police report just talking about the arrests they made. There was no information like that at all. They refused to provide any of that information. And then, just at this past rally, towards the east, when it started to get, sun was going down, I happened to be one of the people standing with the Antifa group. The people that the system loves to demonize, yet the system loves to protect white supremacists. And the only thing I saw was 2 or 3 people knocking a barricade over. Before that time, I had been walking around the rally. It was so crowded, people could hardly move. I had a number of conversations with people about how dangerous this was, the way we were penned in with these metal barriers. If something happened, there could be a stampede, there could be trampling. I mean, it was very dangerous the way we were penned in. That barrier went down by whoever knocked it down, and the next thing you know, there's projectiles flying past me, tear gas, pepper spray, and then we were all trying to get out of there. I mean, there must have been over 1,000, 2,000 people affected by this. Then when trying to escape, sure enough, more of those metal barriers. People nearly tripping over these stupid barriers. So I had to knock one down just to get out of there. Thankfully, I didn't have the health problems this time around, but this is absolutely unacceptable. And if you think that this is okay for the police to deploy chemical weapons on us, then you're the criminals. We're not the criminals.
All right, thank you.
My name is Luis Avila, and I have a card. I want to start by saying that the reason why I went to the protest was because we are working with a group of students and families, teaching them disproportionality in our schools and the way that we're pushing them out of schools, utilizing a lot of different practices. We had a conversation about Charlottesville, and one of the things that we learned was that our students were hurting, our families were hurting, and we wanted to express the way that we felt. President Trump coming to Phoenix was just disgusting for all of us, and we had to express that, just like you did, Mayor. And we thought that we had an understanding when we arrived there that we could actually exercise our First Amendment right. It was pretty evident that we couldn't. The presence of police officers all across the area, we thought was to protect the peaceful protesters. When it got dark, we started picking up trash. All of us, some of us were having bags, picking up trash, putting everything to put back in order the city that we like and the city where we live. We started seeing projectiles coming at us, gas, pepper spray, and we started freaking out. We started looking around and trying to see what was happening. Charlottesville just happened. We were trying to face dissent, and what we found is that your police department is actually criminalizing dissent. It's criminalizing our very voices, saying stop the racism, stop the attacks on communities of color, and now we get attacked also from our own police department, while the people who were yelling obscenities at us were living behind the building peacefully and as if never happened. The next morning, the students and the families were concerned about, is this what is happening from now on? Can we ever be on our streets again without having to be attacked, without having to be tackled, without having to be gassed, without having to receive pepper spray and bullets on our bodies? That night, when we were picking up trash and the gas started coming around, we realized that there were people in wheelchairs, elderly, children, who were also being gassed. How? How did that happen in our city? How did we allow for a woman in a wheelchair not being able to get out of there and us having to carry her out because your police department overreacted and couldn't actually hold themselves to use the toys that are given to them by the military force? We demand that these military operations and this military equipment is eliminated from the police department. The next morning, I didn't know what to do, Mayor. I wanted to start a petition that was signed by over 500 people that I have here to demand an investigation. When I heard a few days ago about the investigation and the people that you picked for the investigation, we just realized that this is just a sham. You're trying to get friends to do an investigation of the people who are going to tell you the very things that you already know. We're demanding for a real independent investigation. The investigation that you're trying to do, we do not support, and we demand that the groups that were there to keep people peaceful and safe are included in the conversation. These decisions cannot be made by just a couple of you. It has to include the community that was impacted, that was gassed, that was shot at, and that were pushed out, while the people who were racist attacking us were in the back of the building living peacefully and smiling, and even trying to run us over with their trucks. This is unacceptable. We're living times that are very, very hard for us. We are living times where we're afraid, and we cannot be afraid to be outside. Every time we look at a police officer, every time we look at a Trump supporter, or now every time we see you standing in front of camera saying that everybody went okay home while I was coughing with families in the park nearby. This is unacceptable. It has to stop, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Avila. Sir.
Mayor Stan, City Council members, thank you for letting me speak. I'm sure, my name's Sergeant Vaughn Berry. I'm actually a combat veteran. I've been to Iraq twice. I trained with the 1st Rifles Infantry and Elite Unit last summer. We did advanced riot control with lots of equipment. We did crowd disbursement. We had a lot of training. I've also been to Katrina. I've been a team leader in the border mission, so I have some experience with riot control. I'm sure a lot of good people are in this audience, and I really feel bad if you did experience, symptoms from tear gas. When you're in the military, when you're a cop, you go through academies, and we deal with that. If you have chemical sensitivity, you should maybe stay home or get a gas mask,
Please,
when there's gas mask. And first of all, I'd like to clarify something.
He has the floor.
Order,
The
please.
gentleman has the floor, please.
Okay. So,
please.
So we should clarify definitions here. These are not chemical weapons, okay? Calling tear gas
The gentleman
and
has the
pepper
floor,
gas
please. Give the opportunity.
chemical weapons is an insult to all those Kurds who've been gassed in Iraq, all the millions of people who have died, in Vietnam with real chemical weapons, okay? So we need to get that clear. Mayor Stanton, whether you spend, okay, whether you, I'm
Please,
gonna keep
please,
on.
the gentleman has the floor.
I was there, yes. I was there.
Please, go ahead.
I was there.
Please
Okay,
allow
so
him to
Mayor
speak.
Stanton, here's the bigger issue. The bigger issue is not the $50,000 you spend for this investigation, because that's not the issue. The issue is if you're going to keep on caving to these mobs, okay? These
Please let him
leftist
speak.
mobs are
Please let him speak.
These
Please.
leftist mobs are aligned with Antifa.
Please let
and
him
an-
speak.
You see what's happening here?
This gentleman has the floor. Please let him speak.
I don't even.
Please, go ahead.
If you yelled,
Please,
Okay.
sir, just dress to the council.
Okay.
Please, go.
So
Please, we're listening.
I'm
Go
just saying, Mayor.
Please.
Whether you spend the money or not is really the issue. The issue, these mobs stand with Antifa, which is a domestic terrorist group, and I hear all these people, and
Sir.
they are a domestic terrorist group. They are funded by George Soros. They go back decades to Bernadette Dorn and Bill Ayers. My dad was there in Chicago. My dad was there in Chicago along cops who are actually doing brutality. These cops are awesome. I work with them, beside them. They are great cops. Stand with the blue. And you know what? I would actually say that these people want good cops, right? Well, when these guys retire, who's going to want to be a cop when they're being demonized all the time? They're being demonized all the time, and you're going to make the pool of applicants tiny.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, every single person is going to have the opportunity to speak. Please. That's it. Mr. Lawyer. Sir, unfortunately, we were now gone out of order, so every single person will have a chance, opportunity to speak. Many have, but every single
I
person
have a
will the
card in.
opportunity
My
to
name
speak.
is
Please.
Joseph Larios. I have a card that's up there. It's a yellow
Every
card.
single person will have a chance to speak, sir. Please.
I come from South Phoenix, and I would like to point out, especially for Councilwoman Kate Gallego and Councilman Michael Nowakowski, you represent areas that have 3 times the rate of respiratory illness and 3 times the rate of diabetes, which hinders mobility often. These are things that would be exacerbated by tear gas from all the information you all heard earlier. And I point this out because this is also accountability for you all. The level of disconnectedness, where was the outrage? Where was the outrage? When you know that that's who you represent, when you know that that's what's coming from your community, and you see what happens on Facebook Live, where was your outrage? It demonstrates the severe lack of connectedness to this movement that's behind us. And here's the other piece. How many times do we consistently have to put forward that aggressive use of force is a major problem within Phoenix PD? How many times do we have to point out that officer after officer is prioritized given their military background, as we just heard? How many times do we have to point out that there is decades of military training that has folks set to shoot first, ask questions later, that has people set to turn residential areas into military zones? These have been conversations that we've had for over a year now, and years in some of these communities, as people have been saying. Under your watch, we have had these conversations. Under your watch, every single office in here has had a conversation from someone that represents who's spoken, talking about the aggressive use of force of Phoenix PD, talking about how this is a systemic issue. And every single time we see you perform at these public meetings asking no critical questions. As a matter of fact, Mayor Greg Stanton, we see you stand up and applaud the actions of Phoenix PD, even though it yet again represents a clear aggressive use of force. You never ask those questions about the military influence that's clearly there. And it's not their fault. That's how they were trained. But Phoenix, the city of Phoenix and this council has done nothing to understand that, has done nothing to bring that into public discourse. The fact that we have military use of force training, and then we wonder why we see so much aggressive use of force on our streets. Here's the second piece that I don't ever see any of you calling attention to. Every single time I talk to, especially in Phoenix, an officer or someone who works in law enforcement that is of color, every single time I say, you all have racist elements in your Phoenix PD. They're called plea. And every single time a person of color who works in law enforcement shakes their head and agrees. And then they simply say, but that's not us. But that's not me, right? That's not us. We're not all racist. Yet it's plea that comes in and protects the racist cops. It's plea that's talking to the legislature, dictating what policy comes out and what the frame is of public safety. We heard multiple folks in this community step up to make sure that people had medical aid, step up to make sure people had water to be hydrated, stepped up to make sure people knew where to gather, knew where to disperse, knew where safe space was, all of it unpaid, all of it without you. That's public safety, and not once do you all reframe public safety in the way that we have consistently brought up to you, but yet you call us. You call us to use our talents, our wisdom, our backbone, our ground game when you want to get elected to office, but yet we bring up our talents, our wisdom, our backbone, our ground game to point out systemic issues of both racism and aggressive use of force in your own Phoenix PD, and not a single one of you have ever asked that question. You are just as culpable. You are just as culpable for your silence. You're just as culpable for not being responsive. But yet again, you call when you're ready to be elected. You call when you're ready to be elected, but never once do you ask, do you seek out the wisdom that we have? Not once. So again, 2 very clear systemic issues that we continually bring up. You guys used the transportation proposition to call for more cops, but yet didn't ask for what type of training background we want, right? You still prioritize military background, and then you wonder why there is such an aggressive use of force. These are not new comments. These are old comments that you have just not picked up. You want to say and claim that you're our representatives? You never represent, and then you wonder why we get angry and we have to reclaim our public space and remind you who you represent. Disgusted by you, Greg Stanton. I am disgusted by the actions of this board. I am disgusted by the lack of outrage. I am disgusted that we have been trying to build these relationships with you for years, and you are the ones that put up the walls, that never gets to hear this. You are the ones that go ahead and put out your staff. Go ahead, staff, you go ahead and hear their problems, but never incorporate it to your authority behind that dais, to your authority to dictate to Phoenix PD some of the major and critical questions that, again, y'all are not asking. I'm disgusted by your actions, Greg Stanton. I'm disgusted by what you said. When I sat there, I read your statement after I had washed my eyes out from the chemical weapons that were used. So again, this is also about accountability for you all. This is about reconciling all these years of not paying attention, all these years of willing to feel this disconnect, willing to go ahead and not have the conversation. This is on you. This is on you just as it is on Chief Williams.
Thank you very much. Ma'am.
I really appreciate you allowing everyone to speak. I think it's really important as a community and as we continue to move forward that we all have an opportunity to talk about either our experiences or talk about our reactions to these things, because ultimately we are a community. And I think what you hear a lot of us saying is we need something different. I've been in Phoenix since 1987, 86. I came here for elementary school. I went to South Phoenix for high school. I went to college here. Everything that I love is here. And ultimately what we have is an opportunity to either start looking at the different models of oversight that we can do with the police officers that include also community involvement. But regardless, you guys are wanting to do an investigation, an external investigation, because the Phoenix Police Department does not have an external oversight or anything in place, not like Seattle, not like LA, not like any of the other huge cities. And I think that we have seen over and over and over again what happens when we do not address the culture and the background, the things that are going in our police department. When Rodney King was beat, they did a push of our student body from the high school, Southmont High School in 91, 92, pushed them out onto the community because we were having a melee, a riot. So this is not new, and the gentleman before me is correct. There are very strong activists in our communities, but ultimately, I'm here to ask you, the mayor, you are the one that the police department ultimately answers to, and we need to have something else in place. We need to look at the 3 different models and have something that's either from all 3 of those models, just like Seattle, or we need to have something besides paying $50,000 to an external. They're only going to investigate the actual instance. We already know what happened. Maybe we could use some feedback of how do we move this forward? How do we get oversight? How do we get power? How do we get to hold them accountable? How are you going to hold them accountable? How do we get input for the community? How do we support our police department better so they understand they're peace officers? They're not here to do what they did that night. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Sir.
Radim Robinson. And let me just say this before I say what happened last Tuesday. Mayor Stanton and members of the council, don't you ever, as long as you're an elected official, run from the people when we hold you accountable. That was very cowardly. And I actually respect you, Mayor Stanton, but that was very cowardly. Don't you ever, as long as you're an elected official, ever do that again. What took place Tuesday was disgusting. And it has literally upsetted me to the point where the following day, I literally did not want to leave the house. I seen women, I seen children, I seen elderly people, I seen disabled people be attacked by the police. And the crazy thing about it is, this whole time, we were worried about white supremacists and Nazis harming us. But it was Phoenix police that attacked us. You already know what happened. You've heard the stories. And I stand with the people with this independent investigation. This independent investigation needs to have the people on it. The people who are here that have testified need to be a part of this investigation. Once again, I hope we don't ever see an event like what took place on last Tuesday. That was horrifying. And let me also say this too. I have a heart condition. Noises like that trigger my heart condition. I could have died Tuesday. That's serious. And there's other people here that could have been harmed. They could have died. That's not acceptable. And Mr. City Manager, you're not off the hook too. We're holding you accountable too. It seems that you actually really run the city around here. I hope that you do something with your police force. We don't want to see that again. Okay? Okay? Okay. That is all.
Thank you so much.
My name is Patrick Seifter. I have a card up front.
Thank you.
I do have a prepared statement that I wrote this morning, but prior to that, I just want to say that on my card, I actually was in favor of an investigation, but after hearing that it's not going to be independent anyway whatsoever, I can't be in favor of that.
Right.
So, for the record. But what happened on the 22nd was shameful, but it was also tragically predictable. A peaceful demonstration broken apart by excessive force from the police department, followed by an ever-changing story about why they acted as they did, along with the assertion that the police acted properly. Except it isn't true, and the use of force was excessive, again. While that happened on the 22nd, while what happened on the 22nd needs to be investigated independently, we have to address the roots of the cause. Mr. Mayor and fellow council members, you do not control this city. You do not control the day-to-day operations of Phoenix. And this includes our police department. Our city and our police are controlled by the city manager, a person who I have never voted for and who has never had to stand for public election. This is the problem. This is why the 22nd turned out the way it did. When we call on our city council to fix this, you can't. We do not trust the police force because it is not beholden to us. It is beholden to an unelected official who has no real or immediate oversight. Make no mistake, this mistrust was not born on August 22nd. It has been growing for a long time. We call on our city to act, and our voices are drowned out because over 1.5 million people are represented by only 8 council members and our mayor, 9 people. Too often, the voices of whole communities fade into the background. I love public art, and I want this city developed properly and affordably. I am interested in the flight pass out of Sky Harbor, but I also want lead out of our water supplies. I want equity for our communities, and I want our black and brown neighborhoods to be protected and treated equally by the police. August 22nd was a sham, but in a lot of ways, so is this. So is coming to a meeting with a body of elected officials that do not actually run our city. So I will conclude with this. Mr. Zerker, you have failed us, but I question if you were ever for us to begin with. You need to go, and so does your position. The job of running our city day to day needs to be that of the mayor because that's who we elect. Mr. Mayor, you should not have stood with the police and reaffirmed the lies that were told about that night. Yet you can still change this. You can admit a mistake and use the largest tool of your office, the bully pulpit, to begin changing the city. To our city council members, admit there are too few of you to represent all of us. Admit that you have not been listening to us enough. Admit that it is time to change. There have been calls for real structural change in Phoenix for years. Let's make this happen, because until we do, August 22nd will repeat itself again and again. It has repeated itself again and again. Until our police force has full elected civilian oversight, they will always respond excessively. While you elected officials before us may not have the power to currently run this city, you have the power to begin changing it. Please use it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know that this wasn't how you saw the day going, but I thank you for rolling with it.
Hey, that's all right. We'll go with it.
Thank you. My name is Crystal Lutton. I am a pastor in the West Valley. I'm actually here today with my husband, William, who's a disabled veteran, and 3 of our 5 children. So we're on a field trip. They're getting to see government in action. I was there last Tuesday. I was at the event. I volunteered to go down and work with the team of clergy who were at St. Mary's Basilica. Another clergy member and I were running late, both because of a prior commitment, as well as them shutting down part of the light rail stops, which I understand, but we were late getting to the area. It was so crowded that we were actually not able to get to St. Mary's before things happened, so we were at 2nd and Monroe. We were trying to meet up with the people who were going to be doing the march over to the Capitol, trying to kind of get our bearing, and posting to Facebook about how completely peaceful the entire event was, how beautiful everyone was getting along, how wonderful things were going, despite the warnings that people had given us of, oh, you don't want to be there, things will go wrong. But nothing was going wrong. And suddenly, people were running past us in what was a wave of people, hundreds of people, running around the building, and we were trying to call to them, what's wrong, what's happening, and they started yelling pepper spray. We turned, we looked, we saw the cloud moving towards us, our skin and eyes started to burn. There was no warning, none. There were helicopters overhead, and 20 minutes later, as we were on our way to the light rail, 20 minutes later, over loudspeakers from the helicopters, they were telling us, the event has ended, leave the area. If you stay here, you will be subject to pepper spray. But prior to pepper spraying us, nothing. Had they told us, many would have left safely. The elderly, the children, the people who were there who were going to have the health issues that might have caused us problems like I've been suffering, because I do have health issues. In fact, standing in this line in order to speak, I am suffering extreme pain, but I think it's worth it. Just like I thought it was worth it to be there that night. But I would have happily left if I had gotten a warning that staying might cause me to suffer physically. So 20 minutes later, we got the warnings. We were already on our way out. And I just have to say, we passed officers who were putting on their riot gear. They were getting ready for things to go bad as it was moving down the road that things were happening. Had one of them yelled to us, forget the helicopter, had one of them yelled loudly to our area, we would have dispersed. There was no warning. Pepper bullets are not a way to disperse a crowd. They are a way to incite a riot. They are a way to injure people. And that is not how our police should be conducting themselves. And the last thing that I want to say is it is the responsibility of the police in our community to protect and serve all of the citizens of our community, not just some. I am a citizen. I was not protected and served, and neither was anyone there for the protest. When you militarize our police force, there is no one for them to go to war with except their own citizens. Please reconsider how you are approaching the police force in our community, and the break that is being formed each time something like this happens between the citizens who have to rely on the police force, who need to feel safe calling the police force, and who need to know that if we go to a legal and constitutionally protected event, we can rely on the police force to keep everyone safe, because that is not what happened. I also want to make a point that on my card I put that I was in support of the investigation, but again, after learning more, I am not in support of the investigation that's being considered. Please reconsider how you're going to go about addressing this, and whether it's to take more hearings or whether to get, solicit more reports from people of what happened, because there is video out there. You don't need an independent group to come in and tell you. You can look at the video, you can see how it happened, and not just the police, or not just the news reports that were later in the evening after things had already broken down, but the reports and the video that is out there of exactly what happened at the point it started happening, at 8:30, not 9 o'clock, without warning, not with the overhead announcements. And I'm going to say that I trust that you're going to do that. I hope that that trust is well placed, and I'm looking forward to hearing how the council decides.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What is your name?
Oh, ma'am.
What?
Ma'am, one more. Could you say your name one more time? Apologies. We're trying to keep track of the cards here.
I'm sorry. It's Crystal Lutton.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're
Sir, please.
opposed, right? I know, but I'm looking at this.
Please.
Okay. My name is Todd White. I did put in a card earlier. I'm actually a precinct committeeman in the town of Guadalupe. And I know for a long time, former Sheriff Arpaio, which I'm glad to say former, went in there and just rounded up people due just to their racist skin color. So I know like what the police did on Tuesday, using chemical weapons is against the Geneva Convention without warning. And that should never happen either. It's a civil rights, because I'm originally from Skokie, Illinois, which in 1979, an American Nazi group wanted to march there because it had the town with the most Holocaust victims. And as much as I disagree with what they say, under the First Amendment, I agree they have the right to say it. And I know the chemical weapons, I think, violated everyone, at least 1,000 people there, First Amendment right to speak their opinion against the President of the United States. Yep. I want to thank you for giving me a chance to share my opinion today.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, please.
Hello, Mayor. My name's Richard Bono. I was there on August 22nd. My friends and I were at the front of the protest, and once we saw the police start to put on riot gear, this was before anything had been fired. We knew something was definitely wrong, and so we moved towards the back of what at the moment was a peaceful protest. We were next to St. Mary's Basilica, and people were singing songs, and there was a drum circle, and there were people yelling at a building, but they weren't doing anything violent. And as soon as the tear gas started, my friends and I had brought gas masks. We ran back in and we began to help out people who weren't as prepared as us, who were having asthma attacks, people who had their skin burning, people who were crying, had snot running down their face, and who couldn't physically take themselves away from the cloud. After this, we went and began to speak to some of the other protesters who had been at the Basilica, and were shocked to find out that some of them claimed that the police had told them to disperse prior to firing off tear gas. I then checked some of the social media groups that I was following, and also saw several posts that the Phoenix Police Department had told some of these protesters to disperse. Now, I want to know, if these people are lying, then they're lying. But if these people aren't lying and they were actually told by police to leave, I want to know why the rest of us weren't afforded that same courtesy. And if we're going to move forward with an investigation, I either want that answered or I want an independent investigation. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you so much. Hi.
Hello, my name is Raquel Denis. I am an ASU student. I'm 25, and I'm a part of a faith community called Neighborhood Ministries. I was there on the 22nd when the escalation occurred. I was there with my family. I was there with my faith community. I'm a mentor. I was there with my mentee, and I was terrified. I was very, 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 very scared when that happened, and not just for myself, but for the youth that were with me, who were coming to exercise their right, who have real concerns about this administration, about their safety, about their status, their legal status, about the safety of their families. I was extremely, I can't even explain how discouraged, how disappointed, how dejected I was after the 22nd. Let me just say something. I need you to listen to me loud and clear, Mayor Stanton, and everybody else sitting here. If you're not staring at me right now, I need you to look at me. I've lived in Phoenix, Arizona since I was 4 years old. Every single one of my family's interactions, my faith community's interactions, my immigrant community's interactions with the police have been traumatic. Hear me out. I am sick. I am sick and tired. I am sick and tired of institutions that perpetuate and promote trauma. Here's something I want to challenge the city of Phoenix with. Get trauma informed. Find out how these systems affect people on a spiritual, emotional, physical, mental level. This impacts people in the deepest parts of their brain. After the 22nd, I have been up to here with what's been going on nationally and in our community for the last, I don't know, however many years that I've been involved in the movements here. After the 22nd, I felt done. I felt hopeless, okay? I have hope in God. I'm a person of faith. I have hope in my community. I have hope in these activists who stand behind me, who continue to show up after years of trauma, who continue to show resiliency after years of oppression and marginalization. I have hope in that. But I just really need the people. Listen to me, please. Thank you. You were hired to serve. You are called to the highest calling, which is of a servant. That is across religions, faith, cultures. You are here to serve us. You are here to humble yourself to us. We are humbling ourselves by being here. We need your humility. We need your leadership. We need your integrity, and right now we don't have it. So you better rise to the challenge, or you better not rise. You better get down low with humility. That's all.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, Council. The day last Tuesday, I went to the march. I arrived at 3 o'clock. The day before, we had done non-escalation training. We talked about what we were going to do if we saw violence and how we weren't going to get involved. We were going to try to stop it. And we talked about how we felt safe because we knew the police were there. We felt safe because we knew that members of the law enforcement, members who were there to protect and serve us, were there. They were there in plain clothes. We saw them during the event. I saw them talk to people. I saw them de-escalate things. I felt safe. When I was leaving with my friend to go get her car, I got warning. A member of the police department told me, get out. My friend and I turned back and went to go get her volunteers. That's when the gas happened. That's when everything happened. We were told to take bandanas. I was like, why take bandanas? I was naive. I gave my bandanas away because there were elderly women choking next to me. When I got home, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't breathe. I Googled asthma and gas, and I was shocked to read the effects. And I was angry because I didn't even get it that hard. Councilwoman, how you're coughing, that's how it was. That's how it was for a lot of us. And I didn't even get it that hard. I was privileged, I was lucky because we got warning. A lot of people didn't. I've been in your shoes, I've worked for some of you. I've worked with you. I was on the Community Outreach Task Force 10 years ago when we were still talking about this. Up until that day when I got that warning, and I heard people with gas masks are coming towards us, I thought it was the bad people. I didn't think it was the cops. Now I can't help but to combine them. And that pisses me off, and it makes me sad. And it makes me sad to think that in our schools, that's their experience. I know you have good hearts. I know you want to do the right thing, and I know that this isn't making your lives any easier, but the trauma that we saw there, the experiences that we've heard from the days afterwards, that doesn't make these communities, that doesn't make our communities, that doesn't make anyone's life easier. So now you have a choice. Do you use this commission? Do you do this investigation? Do you take those rulings that they say, and do you go with that? Or do you really figure out, how do we fix this? And how do we make it so that our kids aren't scared when they're at school with the new SRO officers, that our kids aren't scared to stand up for what they believe is right? Because our kids go to school with your kids, and you wouldn't want that for your kids. And if your kids were there that day, you wouldn't want that. So please use this moment. I know it's long days. I appreciate what you're doing, but this has to change, and you're at a pivotal moment right now to do something about it or not.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor. My name is Vianney Olivarria, and I'm a constituent in Councilwoman Gallegos' district. So I brought my little sister to that rally. It's her first rally. She has a lot of illness, both physical, and she has anxiety. She has many issues, but she wanted to come because she knew it was right to stand up for her rights. She came and she was scared, but she held my hand the entire time. She heard my observations and my advice. I explained to her what might happen. I told her we might get attacked with slurs, with name calling, with whatever from the opponents, from Trump supporters. I never prepared her, and maybe that was my bad, to get attacked by police. I heard her cry. I heard her vomit the next day. And I will never forget that. I forgot to tell her that police is part of the white supremacy in this country. That's right. I forgot to tell her that police do not protect people of color. Police are not our friends. Many of them want to tell me they are my friends. They've met me personally. They want to extend a business card to call them. That does nothing. And you, standing there, right after this event happened, telling us that we went home okay, I was not home okay. I had to go home. I had to go to CVS to get milk because I didn't have milk for my friends who get tear gas or had pepper sprayed. I had to soothe my little sister and my friends. I had to soothe myself. I was shaking. But I told her that this is not okay. This is not normal. And this will never be normal. And we cannot allow it to be normal.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ken Kennegas. I'm a registered nurse, and I was a volunteer last Tuesday at the demonstration with the Phoenix Urban Health Collective as a street medic. We were really hoping that we'd be there mainly to deal with the heat conditions that we knew many people would be suffering from. But we were there also prepared for what might come in the form of chemical weapons. We did have a lot of people that succumbed to the heat. I was working in the medic station, which was known to the police where it was, in front of St. Mary's Basilica. We had people on the ground being treated. We gave people IV fluids. We cooled them down. I didn't hear any warning. I heard the bombs. I saw the tear gas smoke. And then sometime later, a helicopter was overhead telling everyone to disperse. That meant telling everyone, our patients who were being treated, to get up and run, which many of them did. it became kind of chaotic. I mean, like has been said here many times before today, the area where the gas was released and then the pepper balls and the rubber bullets, that was barricaded in. Elderly people, including myself, children, and people with medical conditions were attacked. And there was no warning. I mean, this is not public safety. This is public terror. I want to point out that prior to Tuesday, I know that different organizations reached out to the city, reached out to police, held de-escalation trainings in an effort of public safety. But the answer we got from police about what to expect that evening was that they really weren't in charge. That they would be instructed by the federal government, headed by our, quote, president, who's made it very clear that violence is something that he does condone. You know, I don't understand how, if there were a few unruly individuals, all those police could not have peacefully taken care of that situation without attacking everyone. I don't know who exactly gave the orders, but I keep going back to that. The federal government was in charge. And maybe the city government has to have their back now, because that's where the orders came from. I don't know. Maybe it was from the police department. But I do know that it makes me very clear that I don't want this police department to buy military weapons, to take military weapons from the government, that I don't want more police officers in the schools, that the charges should be dropped against those people that were arrested. And although I may have written on my little yellow card favored, because I wasn't quite sure, I don't favor an investigation to whitewash the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mayor, this is Councilman Nowakowski.
Councilman Nowakowski, I know you have a plane to catch, so go ahead, please.
Really quick, Mayor, I was actually there for 3 hours during the rally, and I can just tell you what I've seen there. What I've seen there was community organizations working together. I had seen individuals from opposite side of the debate helping each other. We've seen individuals that were trained on how to bring peace and calm, giving bottles of water to elderly people that were there to see the rally. And people were amazed on how well behaved these individuals were. What concerns me is that how can we have an evaluation process without including individuals from the community? So I'd like to really re-examine on how we're going to evaluate what happened, look at all the positive and the bad, and look at some of the best practices that we can use in the future. And if there's some things that were done that shouldn't have been done, that we use those examples and we correct as soon as possible those incidents, and then we figure out what really did happen. I haven't had a chance to look at all the videos. I haven't had a chance to sit down with the police chief and go through the total investigation or evaluation that she has done. But I think we need to open it up to the community somehow, some way, because this is very enlightening, all this information that we're receiving from the community. I never thought about the reactions of the smoke bombs and the chemicals that were released. I like to find out more about that. I like to find out what actually triggered the whole thing. If it was a water bottle, if it was a gas canister thrown at the police, or vice versa. I like to try to figure out what really actually happened. So I think that if I was able to vote, if I'm going to be on a flight, I would ask to revisit how we're going to evaluate this. I didn't know about the connections there with the chief. And speaking about the chief is a part of our community. One of the things that the chief always emphasized in my district is that she's always wanted to go and reach out to the community and work along with the community. So I think that working together with our police chief, working together with these great organizations that are out there, that we can sit down and have a conversation and figure this out and make sure if there is some wrong that we correct it and come up with a better process. So I would like to sit down with the different organizations that are there, and maybe with a handful from each organization, and let's have an internal community evaluation of what happened and give a full report to all my colleagues and yourself here, and let's figure this out as a Team Phoenix approach to it, right?
All right, thanks, Councilman. I know you had a flight to catch, so we're still in the public comment period, but obviously your comments are noted if anything comes up later on.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Okay, we'll get back to citizen. Councilman Akowski was able to stay till 5 p.m. because he has a flight. He had to get off the phone. We still have a quorum here present. Ma'am, go ahead, please.
My name is Maria Jose Lopez. I was there on Tuesday night, and I understand that we have taken over this meeting. But usually, sometimes, our issues get tabled, and that's why we took over the meeting. Not to disrupt. What we have to say is important. And thank you for listening. And unlike the lady in the back, well-suited lady, Miss Kelly, wants to rile us all up and put us in jail. Thank you for listening instead. We were there Tuesday night. I came in because I was protesting what Trump stands for. But instead, we found the police. Are you listening? Thank you. Inciting the riot. We were not being violent. I was actually proud to be in a protest that was so diversified. I have never been in a protest that has been so diversified. But the police had to kill that moment. Many years I've been in the street protesting for our rights. Never had I experienced the police acted this way. Do we trust them usually? No, but this time we trust them even less. Now finding out that the police is going to be placed in schools, what am I going to tell my 8-year-old who's going to see the police, who saw the news that the police was attacking the community? How is he going to feel safe? He's not. So yes, I encourage you guys to open an investigation. I demand an investigation, but not through the process you guys are doing now. The community needs to be involved. Not only that, but the protesters need to be freed. And the charges need to be dismissed because they got charged for something that the police got incited, not because something they did. It was their mistake, not our mistake. We were being peaceful, trying to protect the people that the police was attacking. So yes, we are here disrupting the meeting because we want our voices be heard. Don't let it fall into deaf ears this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that testimony. Sir?
Hi. I'll put down my bottle of water, so. Glad that made you laugh. Hi. I voted for you, Mr. Stanton, and I've actually been having a little bit of difficulty since last Tuesday. My name is Michael Luttrell. I've lived in Central Phoenix for about 9 years. Last Tuesday, August 22nd, I attended a Trump rally at the Phoenix Convention Center. I attended with my 16-year-old stepson and 2 medics who are Iraq War veterans. We stood on the side of the protesters. These medics told me that the EMTs would not cross police lines to help injured protesters. They were there to help any and all in need, regardless of political affiliation. My son and I were there to partly look out for them and to help them carry supplies. However, my son and I are not apolitical. I myself am strongly opposed to the president's agenda and was concerned about the president's potential pardon of convicted Sheriff Joe Arpaio. I do not need to remind anyone of the specifics of Mr. Arpaio's horrendous record as Sheriff of Maricopa County. As Americans, it is our right and our duty to protest injustice. We are a government by and for the people. From the Boston Tea Party onwards, speaking out and protesting has been a major fabric of our history. I went to my first protest at the age of 16, that was 31 years ago, in support of limiting nuclear proliferation. I have brought my children up attending political rallies and protests so that they learn an important part of the duty of being an American citizen. My oldest son's first protest was against the Iraq War prior to its commencement. I still believe that war was a mistake. So this last Tuesday was an opportunity for me and my youngest son, my stepson, to be a part of an important function of our society, to protest the injustices that we perceive this administration is perpetuating. I went to protest what I see are injustices that are empowering the dark forces of hatred and tyranny in this country. And tyranny sucks. The protest was well attended. I don't know the crowd size exactly, but it was big league. During our time there, my son and I joined the protesters shouting out against racism, chanting support for equal rights, against wannabe Nazis and the KKK, who have clearly become emboldened in our society with this current administration. We also spent our time making sure that the medics that we were with had everything that they needed. At one point, around 5:30, this is very interesting, a group of police streamed through the crowd in riot gear. Folks, myself included, streamed this event to Facebook. It was a tense moment as they made their way through the crowd where the stacks of water were being handed out. And then a curious thing happened. The protesters started thanking the police as they walked by. I was one of those who thanked the police as they walked by. I value the role that police play in our community, and I have called upon them multiple times for my assistance, specifically the Phoenix Police Department. 2 of my children's cars were recently stolen, and one just a few weeks ago. It was the Phoenix Police Department that recovered them both. Also recently, I myself apprehended a potential bike thief. I'd had more bikes stolen than I can even count. And while I subdued this guy and held it down, my apartment property manager, himself a Vietnam veteran Marine, called the police. The police came, and as the police came, my property manager, smart as he was, said, "Good guy on top, good guy on top." After this week, I realized how important it was that he notified them, me with my braid, that I was the good guy on top. But as the protest last week was coming to an end, I waited at a designated spot to meet with the medics, thinking that we would all be leaving soon. The rally was starting to peter out. Other friends of mine had already left, and many of the crowd had started to leave. As my son and I were waiting, suddenly there was screaming, and there were people flowing past us. The medics had still not met us at the rendezvous point, so I told my son to wait there for me, and myself, I headed towards the action to see if I could find the medics. I filmed some of that for about as long as I could take it. There was a huge amount of smoke, and my eyes and skin started to burn. I was in disbelief at this scene. Was this Phoenix? I was unable at first to find either of the medics. My face and skin were burning badly, and I could not stay in the area much longer. Eventually, I found an open cooler of icy water, and I doused myself in it, using my shirt to rub the gas off my skin. I helped a few other people, children included, little guys, wash off, and then I saw some of the medics, one of the medics that I was with, attempting to carry out an asthmatic woman. I helped her carry her to a spot on the concrete barriers that had been placed at the north side of the protest area on 3rd Street, just south of Van Buren. A passerby lent us her inhaler. The medic went back in to assist more people. She had been shot 3 times with beanbags and numerous times with gas pellets. However, she informed me that she had been trained in the military for such situation and that she regretted not bringing her gas mask. Within minutes, while I was sitting on the concrete barriers helping this woman regain her breath, the gas started rolling in towards us. And I could see a line of riot police heading towards us. And at this point, more and more people started running north, including the woman that I was trying to help, who could barely breathe. After heading up 3rd Street north of Van Buren, we finally heard the announcement from the helicopter overhead calling a dispersal order. I was with one of the medics at the time. This was the first time that any of us had heard an order to disperse. We were right there at the front lines. Prior to the police's firing of gas, the area that I had been in at Monroe and 3rd Street had been fairly calm. Like I stated, most folks were beginning to head out at that point. But at no time prior to the announcement from the overhead helicopter did I or my son hear any order to disperse. Eventually, my group, my son, and the 2 medics were able to meet up. The medics had been severely doused in gas. We eventually got them covered with milk of magnesia and brought them back to another location, a business that I own, where they could shower off. My son and I were left with burning skin in my eyes and burning skin and eyes, and my son has breathing problems in the past. He coughed for days after that. It was a traumatic experience. I have gone back and watched the video of the beginning of the police response. From all accounts, from the medics I talked to the friends I have talked with, to my own experience, and having watched as many events of the videos as I could possibly find, it was overwhelmingly apparent that this action by the Phoenix Police Department was premeditated. I would like to believe that that was not the case, but they were lined up and ready for this action and seemed intent on clearing out the protest using this unreasonable amount of force. They claimed that there were no injuries, but the injury to the psyche of this community and the injuries that people have talked about today cannot be discounted. And what kind of lesson does whoever made this decision to respond in this way think that they're teaching my son? That participation in American democracy and standing up to injustice is not welcome? Let me tell you about my son. My son has wanted to go to the Naval Academy. In fact, has been there for 2 summer programs. I grew up right by there. He has wanted to be a Navy pilot for as long as I can remember, and before that, he wanted to be a police officer. He is a cadet in the Civil Air Patrol. After this experience, my wife and I talked to him, and he is now second-guessing his desire to serve our country in that capacity. And I am ashamed that is how his experience at this protest has been. I have been proud of the Phoenix Police Department for helping me in the past. I have been thankful for their protection and service to me and my family while I have been a resident of Phoenix. And if someone had told me that I would be here today speaking out about this action, I would not have believed it. Like I said, I don't know whose decision this was to respond in this way, but they need to be fired. They need to be fired. As one last thing that I wanted to say, the 2 medics that I was with, both Iraq War veterans, are not here today. One of them is very apolitical and felt that this would be too political and did not want to come and be seen as one side. The other is currently working towards getting to Houston to go help people there, and she could not be here. But what she responded to me, she sent this message to me. She said, that Latina girl that I was helping, the one who had asthma that I was trying to help, who went running once the police started spraying more gas towards us when we thought we were out of the area, she had been hit in the chest with a tear gas canister. I pulled an African-American teenager out who was curled in a ball on the ground, on his knees, arms over his head, being pelted with pepper rounds. He was literally choking on his own vomit and eyes swollen shut. When I pulled him up to carry him out, I shielded him with my body from the police, who then fired beanbag rounds at me. Took 3 of those, middle back, left kidney, and right thigh. It was rough in there. The police think that because the smoke is too thick to see through or film, that they can do what they want. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much for the testimony.
Mayor,
Councilman, please.
I just want to make sure, Ms. Garcia, do you need to take a breath? This woman over here is translating for us, and she's going a mile a minute. I just want to make sure you have enough water. You need a deep breath, because there's a lot more speakers. Okay.
Is there anybody else? Thank you, Councilman Stark. That's an excellent point. Ma'am, please.
Hi, my name is Day Dawson. I filled out a card. I've been before City Council on numerous occasions over the last several years, specifically speaking about police violence in Phoenix. I'm sure some of you at least remember me. I did not take my child to this rally because I expected this behavior from police. I was tear gassed in July of 2016 in a peaceful protest with women and children present. The first time I was tear gassed in the United States, I was 14 years old in 1992. I learned very, very young that the police in this country are not here to protect the people, especially when we're speaking to our First Amendment rights and things that they don't want to hear. Something that I didn't really think was that relevant, but after hearing the speakers today, I was at the front line, right in front of the convention center where the riot police were lined up. I arrived at the rally at about 5 o'clock, the protest against the Trump supporters. There was probably about 50 police lining the street, seemingly protecting the people that were attending the Trump rally. It was probably about 7:30, maybe 7. I left at around 7:45 because I saw what was coming. I knew what was going to happen. They brought in a new line of police that were more outfitted than the others. They had riot shields. Their bulky packs of weapons were clearly more defined than the other police that had been standing there for the day. When they came around the corner, they yelled at the crowd, and I'm going to step back a little bit from the microphone. "You better not throw any water bottles. We better not see any water bottles." It was about an hour later, little less than an hour later, that they fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd, which I absolutely would side with everyone here that said this was premeditated by police. They intended for this attack to happen. They baited the crowd by telling them not to throw water bottles. The Antifa group was corralled. They had metal barricades around them. In my opinion, these barricades were set up to cause a stampede so that people would be trampled when they launched the gas. They were very aware of what was happening there that day. Women, children were attacked. Something that I haven't heard mentioned here today, something I haven't seen a lot of news coverage, if you folks weren't there. The parking garage that's on 2nd Street, when I left, just before 8 o'clock, was lined with armed, we'll call them nationalists. The entire top row, I have photographs. Yes, armed nationalists, yes, ready to take aim on the peaceful protests down below. Is this who the police were protecting? What exactly happened here? Because clearly their intention was not to protect the people that were on the ground. These were the normal militia folk that we see showing up at these rallies. It's taken over the private parking garage. So clearly it was permissible by police because no one was told to move. There's so much that I have to say on this, and I don't want to take up too much time, but this was preemptive. I have been tear gassed in Phoenix on, July 8th of 2016. Police tried to make the crowd stampede that time too. This is tactics that they're working with. You're supposed to be in charge of these people. You're giving them another $16 million a year to their department that's coming out of our transportation. That's a lot of money for militarization, and as I heard spoken earlier today, that militarization turns the police against the American people. These are not peace officers. These are militarized thugs. And it's your job to control them, and it's your job to protect the people, because clearly the police are not here to protect the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more thing, all right.
When I
Please.
arrived, the first thing I saw when I arrived was a man with a little white private vehicle pulling up. An officer got out of it. The back of his jacket said, Phoenix Police Media. Why are we paying for a Phoenix Police Media? I would really like to know. And then when I came around the corner, a little guy in riot gear who was clearly on duty, being paid, decided that what I was wearing, because I was bloody with paint, it was not real blood, decided what I was wearing was really funny, and he wanted to take a picture of me. Is this what we're paying police to do? To take pictures of women covered in blood because they think it's funny? Think about it.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, please.
Hello, my name is Angie Stam. I put in a yellow card.
Thank you.
I don't have any prepared remarks today because I heard about this happening, and actually I was really surprised. I'm a Trump supporter. I'm waiting for the booze. I'm a Trump supporter. I was at the rally. I was there for 8 hours. I was volunteering. I've been to 10 other Trump events, and the only time I see problems is when the left shows up, because
Please go ahead.
is when they show up and they block roads and people have to get arrested. You gotta
Please.
speak.
Please, ma'am, go ahead.
You
Go ahead,
gotta
please.
speak.
Please. Everyone has a chance to speak, please.
I've been to multitude of protests over the years on the other side. I was a Tea Party protester. I never got pepper sprayed. I never got tear gas. I was in...
Please let her speak, please. Go ahead.
I went to the march in 2009 to Washington, D.C. We had 1 million people. The police were happy with us. We cleaned up after ourselves. I never said the F word because that seems to come out of their mouths every second. I didn't want to come down here today, and other people didn't either. I didn't want to wear my Trump hat or my Trump shirt because you get attacked.
Please, go ahead. Ma'am, she is first. Please. Everyone has a chance to speak, please.
You get attacked. What you're seeing today is a coordinated division of the left. They demonize and divide people. And unfortunately, I think there are leftists.
Please let her speak, ma'am.
There are leftist coordinators here that are in charge of things, and I think maybe there are some innocent people that have valid points that got pulled in. You have the right to protest. I don't care what you say on either side, but they get pulled into these leftist protests, and Antifa, before... They are fascists. They are fascists,
Please,
and they
please.
are a terrorist group, and
She has
should
the
be
floor, please. She has the floor.
declared
Please
so.
let her speak. Everyone has First Amendment rights. Please.
Why do you allow them to do this?
Please. Go ahead. We're listening.
They are a terrorist group, and they should be declared so. And they're This is why.
Please let her speak just a minute. Please. She has the floor. Please continue.
So I went to the rally, and I was there all day long. A lot of these people weren't. They came towards the end of the rally because they were there for confrontation and waiting for people to come out. The Phoenix Police Department did an excellent job. They did it. I thank you for being there. I want to thank them for being there because they
Please.
divided.
Please.
I was outside and inside.
She has the floor. Please. Allow her to speak. Please. Go
This
ahead.
is what you get.
Go ahead. No.
This is what you get at a Trump rally. You go to a rally, these people come into the rally and they cause problems. They did that on the at that rally that day. They had to throw out multiple people.
Thank you. Do you have additional
So
testimony? Please.
I
Go ahead.
want to thank
Please let her speak, please. Ma'am.
I want to thank the Phoenix Police Department because I would have been afraid to walk out of that auditorium with my friends had they not had those barricades up. They did an excellent job, and I talked to the police before, after, during. So
Go ahead.
I just want to say, what you're witnessing here today, if they're going to do this in these chambers, how do you think they are when they're outside of these chambers?
Good.
So I can tell you, I know hundreds, I've met thousands of people over the years that are Tea Party and Trump people. and they've never committed any act of violence.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am, please introduce yourself for the record. Please,
Barb
Just a-
Heller, and
Barb.
I did fill out a card.
Thank you, Ms. Keller.
Council,
Keller has the floor,
thank you
please.
for hearing me out, if you can. Mayor Staton, days prior to the president's arrival, we saw you on the news as you incited anger and hate, demanding that the president stay away from Phoenix. Certainly not the actions of a mayor of the 5th largest city in the nation. You then stood by our chief of police, giving all the first warning that all would be protected, rights to freedom of speech respected, but that violence would not be tolerated. For days, threats by various hate groups were seen online. Ads hiring paid protesters $50 an hour to disrupt the Phoenix
Ms. Keller has the floor.
event.
Please get. Everyone has a chance to speak here. Please respect her rights, please.
From 3 to 7 p.m., I was across from the Herberger Theater to keep the crowd moving into the event. The protesters across the street were loud, but remained peaceful.
Ms. Heller, please. Ms. Heller has the floor, please.
About 5:30, I noticed masked people moving among the protesters with gas masks in hand and throwing frozen water bottles toward us.
Ms. Heller has the floor, please.
That is when the Phoenix PD in riot gear appeared at the center doors of the convention center. By 6, I headed into the event. There was no incidents at that time. After the event, as we headed to our car, we heard several warnings to disperse before being given behind us, at least 3 times. After 3 to 5 minutes, we heard another warning, followed by a percussion bang, 2 more warnings, followed by 2 more bangs as we entered the garage. I want to thank our Phoenix law enforcement, DPS, all the law enforcement for the exceptional professionalism that they have always shown to all sides. Mayor and council, you should be proud of our Phoenix PD. 0 lives lost, 0 property damage. Wasn't the county attorney's findings good enough for you? These men and women are subject to psychological exams and drug piss tests. Are you? No. But yet you feel you need to sit in judgment of them? Why aren't you held by the same standards?
Please let her speak. Please continue, Ms. Heller. Please let Ms. Heller speak.
As I have told you many times, when lives are at risk, there is no room for politics. Mayor, due to your actions, I believe the $45,000 would be better spent on investigating your actions, which place law enforcement and all of us at this event in grave danger. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Heller. Representative?
Thank you, Mayor. Representative Kelly Townsend, and I want to thank you for opening the mic to us tonight, even though we're
A little different than normal,
we're
but
in violation
we're
of
going
Rule
with it, try to
8.
give everyone a chance to speak,
Yeah,
of course, yep.
I applaud you for being willing to do that. I kind of have a different perspective I think you guys might not expect from me. And I also believe in the First Amendment and each one of your rights to speak. And I believe that I would ask for you to give me that opportunity to speak as well. But we're here tonight, and I listened to
Please.
you, and so I know I need
Representative
to
has
address
the floor, please.
I need to address the council. Okay.
Please.
So, what I'd like to say is, first of all, you went on TV and you, with the chief, said that you wanted to protect everyone's First Amendment rights. So I want to thank you for that sentiment, because that is rare in these days. That was really important to me, and I was grateful for that. I have to say, I called my family in Oregon, and I had to tell them how proud I was of Arizona, because we didn't end up like Charlottesville, we didn't end up like Boston, and we didn't end up like what was the one that just happened? Berkeley. That didn't happen to us. It might not have been perfect. It may not have been perfect, but those things that we saw around the country did not happen here.
Please.
So yes, I was there.
Please allow her to speak, please.
Please let me speak, guys. I listened to you, and I'm asking for you to let me speak. Yes, I did.
Representative Townsend has the
Okay,
floor.
so-
Please
so
respect her
I
opportunity
will
to speak.
remain here. If you need to take the floor from me for a while, that's fine. What I want to say is, there's a chant that was recently said: no Trump, no wall, no USA at all. Anybody hear that? I heard it with my own ears. I'm proud to say it didn't happen here in Arizona. I'm proud of you guys. Excuse me.
Representative Townsend has the floor. Please
I
give
have
the
the
opportunity to
floor.
speak.
I was proud that that wasn't chanted here in Arizona. I'm proud of you guys for that. That was chanted in Berkeley a few days ago. The people chanting it, the people that chanted it, their purpose, the last part of that, you may agree with the first two lines, but I'm asking you, do you agree with the last part of that chant? No USA at all. That is very
Please.
relevant.
It's Representative Townsend's. She has the floor. Please allow her to express her her First Amendment rights. Please. Please let her speak. She has an opportunity to speak, ma'am. Please. Please. All right, it's Representative Townsend's floor. Please. Everyone will have a chance to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. For all of you who are saying be respectful, I want to thank you. Those are the people here that I'm proud of. I am. I'm proud of you guys. I am proud of Arizona. And what I want to say tonight is I agree with you to not have this outside agency come in and make an investigation. It's $45,000 of your money, taxpayer money, spent on an outside investigation of Jerry Williams. I am going to agree with the councilman over the speaker that I'm hearing some things in here I hadn't heard before tonight. People getting shot in the face with these bullets, that type of thing. I am in no way in supporting police brutality at all. If that happens,
Please give the opportunity to finish. Ms. Townsend, Representative Townsend, please. She has an opportunity to speak, please. Everyone else is going to have a chance to speak. Representative Townsend, please. Everyone gets a chance to speak. Everyone. Representative Townsend, please. Please, Representative Townsend has the floor. Please. Representative Townsend, please. Please give her that chance to speak.
well, I would like Rule 8 to be upheld so that all of us can speak. Well, I will speak if I'm not
Please.
being yelled at. So what I'm asking for you is to, when you vote, to vote no on the independent council. That's why we're discussing this tonight. Clearly, no one here wants that. So what I would recommend, because this isn't something that should take taxpayer money, that you create some kind of existing council with Arizonans, not somebody from California, to come and look at if there were any inequities, if there was any brutality, and listen and let you guys speak. But I am in agreement with you. This shouldn't be done by taxpayer money. There are things that we can look at. For example, on Arizona Daily Independent, there is a video that's uploaded that shows the police standing in line and the protesters yelling, stop throwing bottles, stop throwing rocks, stop throwing expletive, you read it, go to the site, Arizona Daily Independent, things like that. There's plenty of video all around that you can have a citizen review. It's not going to cost the city money. No Nazis on the review. Does that mean
please let
because I'm
Representative
white?
speak, please.
Because I'm white, I'm a Nazi. Okay, I didn't know that. All right, so that's what I have to say. And since I'm going to be leaving, and we're not abiding by Rule 8, I also want to mention, I did not know before tonight that the Chinese Cultural Center was due for destruction. So I told the folks who were scared to stay here, didn't want to, were worried about a riot. The folks that were here asked if I would speak on their behalf, that there would be something done to protect, as a heritage center, the Chinese Cultural Center.
Right,
So
you.
I'm happy to work with you to find a way
We'll take
to
that
do
testimony.
that.
All right, thank you, Representative. All right. Next speaker. All right. All right, thank you for testimony. Next speaker, please. All right, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Blankenship, and I did fill out
I think we have the
yellow
mic. Is the
card.
mic on? Is the mic on?
Wait.
Go ahead. I think the mic is on. Please go ahead.
We have some respect
Thank you
for
very
one
much.
another and
I
some
really
integrity
appreciate the
and dignity.
opportunity.
I do too. I do.
Fine.
I do have respect for you. I have respect. No, I have respect for you, and you have to have respect for others. I'm sorry. I am sorry. But we have to listen to one another, and we have to hear. You're right. And I don't want to listen to you at this moment.
All right, so please go ahead. And
Thank you very
everyone, we
much.
try to be as respectful as we can because everyone's going to have a chance to speak, and we want to listen to every single person who came here to speak. Please.
Well, listen, I have a very simple story to tell. Okay, thank you. I have a very simple story to tell. I'm not a person who's attended a lot of protests, but I felt it was really important to go to this one. And I chose really carefully. I didn't want to have an opportunity to engage in 105-degree heat with Trump supporters. I can do that at family reunions. That was not my intent. My intent was to celebrate with people who were as concerned about the divisive speech and the press conference Trump had had about Charlottesville. That was very disturbing to a lot of people. So I wanted to be part of a very diverse faith community. And we had a wonderful service. We were meant to march to the Capitol. We had a great police escort. They brought us right to 3rd Street in Monroe. At first, police officers in front of us were dressed in normal police uniforms. And they were very respectful, and we were protesting our little hearts out. And everything was okay. But then to my right, I saw down that there was a black mass. And I guess I should have known that maybe that was my cue to leave. But again, I've never really been at one of these types of protests before. And so I don't know, there are some people who run to help other people, and there's some people who run away. And I think a lot of mothers are the helpers. So I ran into the middle of the intersection after all this happened, very, very concerned that the police officers were going to continue to shoot and hurt people in the crowd whom I never saw did a thing. Now, everyone has a limited point of view, and of course mine was limited too. But all I can tell you is that I came into that intersection chanting peaceful protest, and an officer decided at that point to shoot a projectile right at me. It's on film, and I would just like the opportunity to talk to that officer and say, why did you choose to do that? What was in your mind? Because I know what was in my mind. My mind was I was scared for those people, those children, those elderly people who had done nothing but stand in the corner, just like me, expressing our discontent about the divisiveness that's happening in our country. And so I implore you to not look at your phones when people are speaking. because many of us have taken time off work. We've spent hours waiting, and we deserve your eye contact and your respect, just as we provide it to you. You have a solemn responsibility to actually go out and get the information you need to make an intelligent decision about how you want to censure the Phoenix Police Department for their actions. There is plenty of film. There is plenty of people whom you can interview. I urge you to do that. I've lived in this city all my life. I question whether I'd go out to protest again. Someone shot at me while I was yelling peaceful protest. A police officer shot at me I was behind a barricade just where I was led by another police officer to protest. That doesn't make sense to me. And all the other speakers here today, I hope you really give them a chance to listen. And I know you're absorbing a lot of anger, but this is a very important step in our community. You're either for all of us or you're not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, please.
Hi, my name is Raquel Guerrero, and I feel very proud that I have helped Daniel Valenzuela and Laura Pastor in their election efforts. And I want to state that this isn't a reflection of any of the companies or people that I've worked with. These are my statements. It really makes me nauseous to think that that this happened again. Honestly, I've been to the Black Lives Matter protests, and this is something that is really repulsive. I'm angry because of it, but unfortunately, it was expected. I do feel like there was a strategy in place already. And I really, to address the masses of protesters, and I really think that this is the most important thing about like being a Democrat, right? Because right now, like we can say that we can ride the wave of like anti-Trump stuff, but at the end of the day, if we really believe in ourselves, we can speak out against these things and hold each other accountable. And I think that I really believe in and I really believe in the good character of people, and that people that chose leadership can address these very complex issues in the best way possible. And it is clear that we really need to address and follow these suggestions that community leaders have made. Briefly, I would like to state that I did go to the protest, and I was there between 2nd and 3rd Street and Monroe. 1 second, it was clear we were actually leaving, and the next, it felt like there was some sort of domestic terrorism attack. The next second, I realized it was the cops, and as I ran and like literally I didn't know how I jumped through like 3 hurdles or fences that you guys had. I lost my brother in there, and he had gone back to help people, and it was the scariest thing because I had to stay there and look for him, and I had lost him, and I had to stay there, and it was my physical pain cannot represent the kind of emotional pain that it takes to like really like lose someone for those minutes, and really not knowing if the next step you're gonna take is you going to be attacked. So this strategy failed. We need to address it. I believe that we will find a solution, and don't fire me. So let's see. The key demands are ban all use of military-grade weapons by the Phoenix PD. Phoenix PD must not acquire any more equipment and give back all current equipment. Drop all the charges against protesters that stood up against Trump last Tuesday. We reject the proposal by the Phoenix City Council that would contract the OIR group to conduct an investigation of the Phoenix PD violence against protesters. The OIR are friends of Chief Jerry Williams, and we will not consider them truly independent. The OIR group is the same company Jerry Williams has used in the past to rubber stamp other investigations as chief of the Santa Barbara, California, where she led a brutal and racist department. Reject the proposed MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between the Phoenix PD and school districts for the SRO program. We must stop violence and abuse against young people and protect our youth from SROs who will become immigrant customs enforcement agents. Refer specifically to agenda item number 104. And actually that one is very specific to me too, because I grew up being undocumented, and I was really scared of the police on my campus. It actually wasn't until I was an adult that my hand stopped shaking when I've driven past police. So it's taken a while to get past that. And like I said, I mean this with like the utmost respect, and I trust that you guys have the good judgment to take action as soon as possible in the best way and in the way that the community demands. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Let's see, switching out the mic here. Ran out of battery, I guess. Thank you. Sir, go ahead.
Right? Okay.
Gone, yeah.
My name is Sean Duff. I don't have a card, sorry. First of all, I want to say thank you for finding your patience to hear us all out. I really value this opportunity to address you directly. Councilman Waring, I live in your district. I vote. I even, in a way, want to thank our friends on the other side of the issue who gave their opinions, because everybody has a story. It is colored by our perceptions and our experiences, and this is my story. The protesters have been dispersed. You may have seen those words or heard them last Tuesday. I don't know how you do your communications. Maybe you received it in a phone call. Maybe you saw it in an email or even a text message. But that is how you experienced it. You know, clean, detached. I don't know if in your political career you have ever been dispersed. I would like to describe what that is like so that you can understand. It was somewhere between 8:30 and 9. I don't remember exactly. The rally was about to end. Everything had sort of quieted down. It was the air was thick with the smell of sunscreen and sweat and incense. There was music. People were playing drums and rattles and guitars and even a honest-to-God conch shell. That was something. Wherever that guy is. And the organizers, through megaphone, they announced, we're going to march to the Capitol. I hung back to catch up with some friends while the protest, began to move. And then there was a pop, a very clear, and a ripple through the crowd. A rumor carried from mouth to ear. They have tear gas. And there was, before I could think, everyone was moving. People were running away. People were handing out gas masks and water bottles. And I'd like to say I stopped to help people, but I didn't. I grabbed a surgical mask and I ran. I ran far enough to, I felt safe. I looked back and I could see this boiling crowd of people that are just moving. It was chaotic. I could see there was a street light flickering, bathing the whole street in this eerie, it was like it was lit by fire. And I could see behind it all a cloud of gas so thick that it blocked further down the street. The organizers tried to rally the crowd. People were chanting peaceful protests when the police opened up again with gas masks. And when I ran again, I heard, imagine that, but much louder. At the time, I didn't know they were flashbangs. Nobody knew it. I didn't know what they were. As people ran, people were scared, people were angry, but the prevailing emotion that I felt and that I felt in those around me was like panicked confusion. Why? What did we do? And so we ran, people scattered. It was, I wasn't trying to get anywhere. I was trying to get away. I met up with friends purely by accident. We linked up. We reached out to each other. It was a terrifying experience. Eventually, we were able to calm down, and as we walked away, I had parked several blocks away, we could hear the helicopter behind us circling the site of the protest, and even though it was several blocks away, we could hear the order to disperse. Even though a week has passed, the feeling has not gone away of what did we do. I would still like to, I would like there to be an investigation. I would like to know who gave the order and why. If somebody in the Phoenix Police Department decided the protest was over and it was time for all of his kids to go home because it was past our curfew, if that was it, if they had concerns, I would like to know, because I don't think anybody here buys that the cops felt threatened and that they wanted to remove the threat that was us. It is a shame that, in a way, the whole, it was right after Charlottesville, and that seems like a year ago, but it was only a few weeks. After that, the eyes of the nation were on Phoenix. People wanted to know if the president coming here to hold a rally in the wake of a very controversial response to a horrifying event, if he would, sorry, I lost my, people wanted to know, the eyes of the nation were on us because they wanted to know if it would be a repeat of Charlottesville or if it would be better if we could, rise above that. And up until about 8:30, there was a wonderful, diverse group of people from all races and backgrounds and ideologies that had come together. It was a beautiful experience, and then in that half-hour period, it was shattered, and the community has felt that. Thank you for your time.
Well, I'm not going to beat this dead horse over and over again. You've heard a lot of the testimony, and a lot of it, unfortunately, is true. This ain't just something that just started on August 22nd. I've been here for 17 years, and I've noticed it over those 17 years increasing. Militarizing the police is giving them those toys that they don't have any idea how to use them, for the most part, what the effects are, or any of the other side effects on respiratory, skin. They have no idea, even the psychological aspects of what they have done to those people during that past protest. It makes me wonder, that you had a couple things coming up that you were going to discuss, like the ground control system, a contract with ground control systems, and something coming up with Banner University Medical Center for FEMA pharmaceutical catch. Why? That's my own. Pardon me? Oh, well, that's all I wanted to add. Oh, other than, Mr. Mayor, you condemned Trump for coming here, but you allowed him to come here so he could express his First Amendment rights. What about everybody else's?
All right, thank you. At this point, the translator just needs a short break. She's been working very, very hard. So we're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. We'll take everyone else's testimony as well. So let's give our translator a short break. Thank you for your great work. Everyone for giving us the opportunity for the short break for our interpreter and restroom break and all sorts of things. And now we'll continue. Every single person that wants the opportunity to speak will have that opportunity to speak here tonight. I should let people know that although we went out of order than we normally do tonight because of the large number of people who wanted to provide public testimony, we will be doing a motion, omnibus motion, on our regular business after the conclusion of public testimony here tonight. Sir, go ahead.
Great, thanks. First of all, I hope everybody had a great break. I hope you all had a chance to check your phones and so you can actually pay attention to what we're saying, because what we're saying is very important. So I want to start out by also thanking everybody for allowing us to have our First Amendment rights aired tonight, something we were denied last Tuesday. 1 week ago, thousands of protesters gathered peacefully in downtown Phoenix to protest the rising tide of hatred and bigotry that has been unleashed by the individual currently occupying the White House. For hours, we peacefully protested, showed our opposition, expressed our First Amendment rights without serious incident. Despite us being there to express our serious and grave concerns, spirits were generally high and the mood was good. The relationship between the police and the protesters was actually really great. For the most part, a lot of times you would actually hear protesters and police just jokingly, saying things back and forth. Later on that night, suddenly, and let me be very clear, without any warning, police began shooting flashbangs, tear gassing, pepper spraying, and shooting projectiles at the peaceful crowd. I personally witnessed them use chemical weapons on elderly women, individuals in wheelchairs, and children. In fact, when I complained about officers shooting tear gas and pepper spraying a young teen and an elderly woman, they responded by shooting me in the head with a projectile. So I'm not really sure what purpose the independent study would serve, because you're hearing from all of us right now. I'm not sure what kind of investigation you need. A lot of us videotaped it. We sent that video to the ACLU. So, that's kind of out there. You can kind of see that. So, for what, I guess, is what I would say, for expressing our First Amendment rights. When along with everybody else, when I heard the press conference later with the police chief and the mayor, I was a little bit baffled, saying that it was a huge success and that everybody got home safely. In what world? In what world did everybody get home safely? So you can understand why we're a little bit rowdy, why we're a little bit riled up after being attacked by public servants. And yes, we want whoever made the decision to attack peaceful protesters to be held accountable. But more importantly, if you're listening to us, if you're really hearing us, we want you to ensure that the police, who are supposed to be public servants, that relationship between the police and the public is fundamentally changed, because right now this is completely unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Maricruz.
My name is Maricruz.
Soy una madre de familia y lo único que vengo a decirle es el pesar de una madre.
I'm a mother, and I came to tell you the suffering of a mother.
Terriblemente, todavía no puedo digerir lo que pasó el día 22.
I still can't fully assimilate what happened on the 22nd.
Fui a una protesta pacífica donde mi trabajo fue apoyar, ayudar a la comunidad dándole agua y dándole comida junto con mis dos hijas.
I went to a peaceful protest where I was giving water and food to the community along with my daughters.
En el momento que nosotros estuvimos apoyando, me sentía tan orgullosa de mis propias hijas, el ver ayudar a otra gente que no era ni su raza, ni su color, ni su religión. Eso me sentía ser una madre orgullosa que había yo plantado esa semilla.
I was really proud of my daughters to go and protest and to know that they are anti-discrimination of religion and all types of other isms, and that I had been the one that had planted that seed.
Nuestro plan fue mantenernos juntas
Our plan was to stay together.
y cuando en el momento que alguien llegó y me dijo, cúbrete, cúbrete, están tirando balas, están aventando bombas y pues yo estaba sacando el agua y de momento, ¿qué pasó? No sé qué pasó, me sentí muy asustada.
And all of a sudden somebody came and said, cover yourself, because I was just pulling out waters and like fixing things, and I was really scared and wasn't clear why they were saying that.
Me dijeron, corre, corre, ponte a salvo, pero yo no lo pude hacer porque estaba con dos de mis hijas y en ese momento de la revuelta las perdí y me quedé un momento ahí.
And they said, run so you can be safe. But I couldn't really do much because at that moment I lost my 2 daughters and I couldn't get away from where they were.
Me sentí muy triste y quería nada más llorar y ver dónde estaba mi hija. De momento, cuando la encontré, corrimos las 3 y cuando íbamos corriendo estaba una valla de cemento y me dice mi hija, yo volteé hacia atrás y le dije, corre, corre, vienen 2 policías atrás de nosotros. Y me dice ella, bríncate, bríncate. Le dije, no puedo hacerlo.
And so I just ran. I found my daughters. We started running, and then I saw that there was some sort of cement wall or cement border. And my daughter said, hurry, there's 2 cops behind us. And just jump over it, and I couldn't.
De momento encontré un hueco y me metí por ese hueco y corrí. En el momento que corrí, volví a desaparecer de mis hijas. Nos separamos. Y corrí más adelante cuando nos volvimos a juntar, pero ya íbamos todas afectadas por el gas, por el humo, por las balas, por el ruido que se escuchaba. Escuchábamos una guerra y decíamos, ¿qué está pasando?
I was able to find this hole, essentially, that I was able to crawl into the other side, and then I lost my daughters again, and it was really scary, and then I finally found them again. And we just ran to try to stay safe, and it felt like a war, and we were just wondering what was going on.
No tanto así como el helicóptero, al mismo momento que ya nos estábamos dispersando, empezó a decir, pues si no se van, vamos a aventar el gas, pero no nos dio el tiempo, nosotros ya íbamos cuando de momento sentimos la picazón, el ardor en la cara, y le digo a mi hija, ¿qué me está pasando? No podía hablar. Me cubrí la cara. Dijo, no te toques, porque eso te va a afectar.
It wasn't until later that we heard the helicopter make announcements about how we were going to be tear gassed unless we didn't disperse, but my face was already burning. I already couldn't breathe. I couldn't talk. My daughter told me not to touch my face because it's gonna be worse.
De momento nos sentimos a salvo. Alguien nos dio un raite, dejamos los carros, no pensamos en nada. Dejamos los carros cerquita de ahí, de donde fue la protesta, y alguien nos llevó en su carro, nos salvamos así. Pero de momento no digeríamos todavía qué estaba pasando. Mis hijas temblando, mis hijas perdidas, y en cuanto llegamos a casa empezamos a hablar y ellas empezaron a llorar diciendo, me siento decepcionada de la policía de Phoenix. Me siento decepcionada de Phoenix porque supuestamente son los que nos iban a cuidar y ellos son los que nos hicieron el daño.
So we ended up catching a ride with someone and just leaving our cars there. It didn't matter. We just wanted to leave. So we ended up getting home. We were disoriented. We were really just off. And it wasn't until we got home that we started talking about the incident, and my daughter started crying. And one of them said that how disappointed they were at the Phoenix Police Department, how disappointed they were at the city of Phoenix, because supposedly the Phoenix Police Department was who was supposed to be protecting people, and that's who ended up attacking them.
Ahora que cada que cierro los ojos, miro cómo madres de familia llevaban a sus niñas cargando, llorando, cómo personas de mayor edad iban corriendo, llorando, asustadas, y cómo personas que nosotros sin hacer nada nos habían lastimado, nos habían dispersado con tóxicos que ni siquiera pensaron si yo podría haber quedado muerta ahí.
So every time I close my eyes now, all I can think about and see is the mothers and the children and everybody that was there that was hurt, and that all the toxins that were put out into the air, and thinking about how I could have totally died in that entire incident.
Y ahora, como dice que usted va a hacer una investigación, sí, haga la investigación, pero investígueme a mí y se va a ahorrar esos $50,000. Investígueme a mí qué es lo que yo estaba haciendo ahí. Investígueme a mí y verá que yo estuve ayudando a mi comunidad, que yo estuve ayudando a las personas que estuvimos pacíficamente ahí. Investíguenos y tendrá buenos resultados sin gastar un quinto.
So now there's supposedly an investigation that you want to carry out, and I say you save your $50,000 and instead investigate me, investigate our community. Talk to us about what we were doing there, what we were trying to do, and how I was there trying to help my community and uplift my community.
Thank you por escucharme y espero que este sueño, que siempre lo había visto en las novelas, en la televisión y lejos de mí, ahora vive conmigo gracias a la policía de Phoenix.
So thank you for listening to me. And again, this dream feels like a dream that I've already seen on TV and in all kinds of dramas is now a reality in my brain, and because of the Phoenix PD.
Thank you so much.
The
Just a moment, is
PSL.
microphone on? Go ahead.
Microphone on? Okay. Hello, my name is Christina Green. I have been a resident of this state for a very long time. I was born here in Phoenix. I am I'm a member of a group called the PSL, also known as the Party of Socialism and Liberation. Anyways, me and my friends, we showed up at the protest at 5:30. So we showed up early, and while we were there, it was about 105 degrees, 105, 107, around there. And you know, during the protest, it was like a carnival, like sort of atmosphere. It was very joyous. There was a lot of this chanting. It was all a peaceful protest. There was really interesting signs. Some of them were very funny. There was this guy with like this conch who was like blowing through it. There's music. There's like this guy hitting drums. It was all crazy. But anyways, I got overheated and I ended up needing medical help. I had to be escorted behind these security lines, and I had to lay down, and they had to take my blood glucose. They had to take my heartbeat. I was overheated. I had to be hydrated, and thank God for those street medics, because, I mean, they really helped me out. But anyways, while this was going on, I had to go to the medic tent, which is on the other side of it was between two churches. And while I was there, we saw this group of marchers coming through. We're like, what's this? What's going on? And we found out it was a church group. They were from a church, and they wanted to have, they were going to march. And so they took the mic. They had a mic, and I guess the whole crowd could hear. And they announced that they were going to do a march at the Capitol, and they were going to peacefully protest a Confederate monument over there. And by the way, they said peaceful. They demanded that their like, I forgot the church people. They demanded that they be peaceful, that they're not going to tear it down, to not do anything, no rabble rousing or anything. And they also asked for the cooperation of the police. And right about one after that happened was when the tear gas hit. And there was multiple tear gas things. There were about 1 or 2 or 3. Then there's flashbang grenades. And during this time, we were near clergymen, and we were around disabled members of the public. We saw about 3 people in wheelchairs, and 1 girl who was blind and was being assisted by another young person. And and my friend, by the way, found out through social media that the Trump rally was about to end, and then they're about to empty. And so I can't help but think that the reason why these tear gas things happened was because they were trying to stop this peaceful march to protest Confederate monuments. and they were trying to disperse the crowd before the Trump rally emptied out. And so I got gassed, and a member of my organization, she got rubber bullets, she got tear gassed, and she got pepper shot. And by the way, I did not witness anything from the protesters that would demand such a response. All I saw was the police that did this. And there must have been a ton. There was so many tear gas. There must have been at least 10. There were so many, just so many, at least more, throughout the entire night. And so we heard the helicopters above saying, you know, we will arrest anyone who's in the area. And we're like, okay, so we're trying to leave. But we found out that the only way we could leave was through the tear gas, because that was the only area, that was that one street that we could leave through, was this tear gas street. So me and my friend tried our best to get around this thing of tear gas, this giant cloud. And we're coughing, we're choking, we're trying to enter some businesses, and they wouldn't let us in while our eyes were tearing and we're coughing. And that was insane. That was just crazy. And even when we were walking home, it was miles away. We're walking to our car, and there's still, there must have been nobody at the protest. And we still heard tear gas and saw this cloud, and we're just like, what is going on here? So it just completely disproportionate response to a peaceful protest. And I like to say that I do not believe that a private company should be doing the independent, review, the independent investigation of this. I don't believe in the further corporatization of our company and of our country and our police and our force. It's just a private company. It shouldn't be a private company. It should be, whether it's citizens or the government, it just should not be a private company doing that. And lastly, but not, last thing, I think you should keep the Chinese Cultural Center because it's awesome, and I just think it should be fixed up. Anyways, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Sir?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Ray Ibarra Maldonado. I'm an attorney here in Phoenix. Mr. Waring's constituent from District 2. I would like to begin by saying a giant thank you. I really appreciate having the opportunity to address my council members in a democracy. But my thank you is not to you individuals with the placards. My thank you is to the people behind me. Because this space was not given to us, this space was taken from you. It is true, Mr. Stanton, it is true. This was not a planned meeting to allow the community an opportunity to vent. This was not a planned meeting to allow the community to express our frustrations with our government. We had to take over this space to make it happen. What we should have seen from strong leadership within our progressive members of our city council is the very next day, an open community forum asking us to come forward and share our experiences, to share our videos, to share our pain, to share what we saw out there that night. I've been going to protests in Phoenix since I was in high school. And I want to talk about this not as an isolated incident, but as a problem, a systematic problem that we've seen growing throughout the years. That is the militarization of our police force. Protests when I was in high school, when I was in college, when I was a young activist, we didn't have the City of Phoenix police showing up in riot gear. We didn't have them wearing their masks. We have that today. Progressively, as the time goes by, each protest we have, I see an unbelievable amount of force from our City of Phoenix police, like they're ready for a fight, like they're ready for a war. Ladies and gentlemen, in this day and age, we're going to have another protest. We're going to protest Arpaio. We're going to protest Trump. We're going to protest if they take DACA away. And I'm not here to yell at you. I'm not here to scold you. I'm here to ask you to join with us. None of the people behind me want to be here addressing this issue. They want to be fighting all the issues that I just talked about and so many more. But we need to make sure that our local government is on our side because we're living in a very frightful time in our history. Local governments have historically oppressed people's First Amendment rights. We look back at Alabama. We all remember images of police officers with dogs going after people who were simply protesting. I ask you to consider what you want your legacy to be. Do you want your legacy to be one of justice, of civil rights, or do you want your legacy to be one of oppression? Because while we want to fight against Trump, we want to fight against Arpaio, we don't want to fight against our elected officials, history will remember the city of Phoenix's response to what happened on Tuesday. I do not support an investigation using the company that's already been identified. I don't believe we should give money to someone outside the state of Arizona who's already had investigations in favor of Chief Williams. I think we should create a community-based investigation so that we can get to the bottom. It's not about placing blame. We want to be a world-class city. We want Phoenix to be one of the best cities in the country. Something went wrong on Tuesday. What went wrong? How do we prevent it from going wrong again in the future? I oftentimes take my children with me to protest. As a matter of fact, vast majority of protests I go to, I'm there with my kids who were 6 and 2 years old. I didn't bring them on Tuesday because I was afraid of white supremacists. And I've experienced that. I've done a lot of work on the border. I've had neo-Nazis point assault rifles at me. I'm very used to those situations. So I was not wanting to expose my kids to that. I didn't get exposed to that on Tuesday. What I got exposed to was my own local government, the government that's supposed to have my back, the government that stood out and spoke up against President Trump coming to our state, tear gassed me. I've been in protest in DC, in San Francisco, in LA, all along the border, never felt tear gassed until Tuesday. Was on 3rd Street in Monroe, saw the chaos break loose, saw it just as everybody described, children running, elderly people running, people falling over each other. It was chaos. And we're not Monday morning quarterbacking the situation. We were assessing. Something went wrong, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not here to say thank you for my First Amendment rights. You don't give me my First Amendment rights. The First Amendment rights come from the Constitution of the United States. Through the 14th Amendment, they come down to the local officials, and it says we can make no laws that oppress people's First Amendment rights. So I just want to conclude by thanking the community members again for creating this space, and I hope that we see some strong positive leadership from our elected officials. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
My name is Rebecca Evans. I started up at the prayer vigil about a mile north of here. I am not a leftist, whatever that is. I don't know what that is. I am a politically moderate Democrat. I believe in the sign that I held at the protest that said, "Love one another." I believe all people are equal and should have equal justice under the law, equal rights as well. I was walking a couple of blocks past St. Mary's Basilica. There were children, teenagers, elderly, and disabled people all around. Everybody was peaceful. Among the crowd, I felt very safe. Then a couple of what sounded like bombs went off. A young lady told me to run, that it was tear gas. So I ran away to St. Mary's Basilica. I have to say that I run very slow. It's a joke among all my friends and family how slow I run. So I couldn't run fast. When I got to St. Mary's Basilica, I stood by the priest because I thought that I would be safe there because the two churches were supposed to be safe zones. And the priest said to me, "Run away." I know my First Amendment rights were violated, and I was very surprised because I've always been so proud to be American, that we have these wonderful rights, this Constitution, this Bill of Rights, this Declaration of Independence, you know, liberty and justice for all. All men are created equal, women included. So my First Amendment right to freedom of speech and assembly was violated, and I was so very surprised that in my lifetime that would happen. I never thought in my lifetime that would happen. I believe the police need to come up with some nonviolent procedures that bring down the violence in a situation. I didn't see any violence, and I was all over taking pictures with my new camera, taking video with my new camera, and I didn't see any violence anywhere. Just a crowd of people that, like I said, I felt very safe around. So the police need to find nonviolent procedures to deal with citizens, and they need to be trained well in them. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Evening. I do have a card in front of you. So for the city council, most of you probably know who I already am.
Of course.
Some of you don't. My name is Scott Safranca. I am not only a Coast Guard veteran, but I am a retired Phoenix police officer. You're going to have to forgive me if I don't believe that this investigation is the right move. It's not. I've been lied to by the city before, and I've been down the road with your investigations. It's your investigations launched not only by the city manager, but the former city chief that decided to take my gun and my badge and force me into retirement. So I understand these people when they don't trust this investigation. We have to remember that policing is often described as a balance between safety and freedom. However, we also need to realize on both sides that we need not give up one to secure the other. The thought of this review of this incident may seem to be a waste to some people or a slap in the face to officers, to others. On the other side, you may see it as a way to seek definitive answers of accountability of what occurred. Any way you see this, though, it is clear that the movement and action that is taken without the information of all affected in this protest only leads to the perpetuation of more abuse and violence. To be dismissive of the citizens starts a slippery slope of an overreach of power and control. All sides' views and evidence should be taken into consideration to forge a clear path forward. It was once Chief Jerry Wilson, who was the chief in Washington, D.C., and took power shortly after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., who stated that the police have an intimidating police presence. I'll rephrase that. It's an intimidating police presence didn't prevent the confrontation. It actually invited it. By having these officers dress up, was that the cause? We won't know. What we need to do is we need to listen to the citizens and have a clear, independent review by the citizens with their voices to enhance transparency and accountability across the board. And if we're serious about being a national model for protest or future events in the city, it will not only be just a review by the police in their own effort, it has to be a review by the community and all the members of the community and groups as well. If you want to thank anyone for their time and for their patience. It's the people who came here to speak tonight and put forth their views and ideas to you. Thank you.
I thank you, officer, very much. Sir?
Mayor Greg Stanton, Laura Pastor. I voted for both of you, and I support both of you as well. My name is James Meza. I have been living in Arizona my entire life, mostly in the Glendale, Phoenix area. I've been very active within my community. I am Hispanic American, and when we were actually, Greg Stanton and I actually met at the vigil that was right after Charlottesville. And during that time, Greg Stanton did mention that what had happened in Charlottesville was domestic terrorism. He did say the words terrorism. He said it 3 times, actually. And when I came out, I did come out to the protest, and I came there to support my community. I feel very connected to my community. There were many groups there. It was extremely diverse, all age groups, different ethnicities, different races, and social groups as well. I went out there with Puente. I have supported their mission for a long time. And when we went, I went early too, at like 2 p.m. is when I got out there, walked there actually. Had no sort of weapon on me whatsoever. I came with water in my bag for those who might need it. A lot of people don't really realize how hot 105 degrees can be when they're there for a long period of time. Some medical supplies as well, mostly for people if they were to fall ill. And it was a very peaceful protest. I was surprised at the turnout. I was very surprised at how everyone handled themselves very professionally and with courtesy to their fellow man. While there, I noticed that nothing bad could have happened within the group. I don't know if anything did. I support the police in many facets of my life. I work with them in my professional career, and I also have some in my family. And I also, there was many service members there along our side, and I appreciate their presence. While there, around, some people say 8:30, I wasn't sure at the time. I was actually getting ready to leave. I was on 2nd Street, and I had seen some families leaving, and I heard what sounded like explosions. And my first thought was that domestic terrorism, that just as we spoke about, what happened in Charlottesville, it was just on the heels, the president's coming, it was right after. And as we were there, some of us ran, a lot of us did, and I noticed that there were a lot of elderly people and children in the crowd. I don't necessarily think that people should bring their children to protests, especially this one, because it was on the heels of Charlottesville, and I myself was worried about potential domestic terrorism, acts of violence, and when those gas canisters went off, when those tear gas canisters went off in the crowd, a lot of people were running. I dropped everything that I had and ran in to help those people that were being trampled by those who were terrified. And the people that I was helping were elderly and children. I actually live streamed this on my phone. A lot of people did tune into that, and I sadly lost that video in the chaos. I was helping some elderly people try to get away when a lot of people started running into the actual parking structure. This was a bad idea because it trapped the gas in, and a lot of people got stranded there. They couldn't see. The interesting thing, though, about that tear gas is that you can't see, and it sparks this thing inside of you that makes you want to run away. It's a very primal feeling, and I really do appreciate those in the crowd who were there to help people and to fight that personal instinct, that very, very ingrained feeling to run away. And I got some medics to those people that I was helping, and I don't know what happened to them. I assume that they are okay because I haven't heard it in the news, but I don't know. As many people were running away, there was quite a commotion, and many people were just running across the street. The street was pretty packed, actually. The Trump rally had just ended. Some people were in their vehicles honking, and a man was kind of curled over on the ground and was crying and was vomiting and wasn't kind of non-responsive. And a group of us grabbed him and carried him across the street. This was right next to the Channel 12 news building. And as we got there, we were trying to get him through the crowd, but these people they had been burning, they had been in so much pain. And we had tried to get medics to them, and we finally got them into the Channel 12 news building. I don't know what happened to that gentleman. I hope to know, I hope that he's fine and doing well, but I can't be sure. I'm sure that there is some emotional impact that has on a person. I'm not coming here to browbeat you on anything. I'm not here to get angry with you or to get angry at the police. I don't know what decision was made and what happened, really. All I know is what I saw. Later on, I saw that there were actual people who attended the Trump rally had started to assault some of the people in the streets just north of Van Buren. We were rallying for the police officers who were in the area, and this was just about when those helicopters that you heard described before, it was the first actual I had heard to disperse, other than the fact that there were gas canisters that kind of make you want to disperse. And when I saw those police officers there, we were saying, hey, please help these people, and they said, well, you just need everyone to leave the area. That was just one police officer. I'm not saying that that's every single one. I don't know what was going through his mind. I don't know if he thought that we were still being disruptive or whatnot. Anyway, we got out of the area, and I had gone back to the rally point where I saw somebody that I had seen in the crowd within that gas cloud, and it was a kid that I saw fall to the ground, and I asked him what happened. He was running towards me when I was helping that old lady, and he told me that he was shot in the back 3 times with those beanbags. Though it's a less than lethal round, I don't think that it's right to shoot someone in the back, and I don't understand how somebody can see even with goggles through that amount of smoke. It's not just the burning of the eyes that makes it unable to see, it's the actual physical not being able to see a few inches in front of your face. He told me he was fine, and I did interview a few people on camera just to know what happened. I wanted to understand what had happened to me and to those other people. And that had me go out with medics because everyone was displaced. We went over to the intersection, just the West End is right there on, I'm not sure the street, I think it's First Street and Van Buren. And that's when a black Ford Ranger with their windows down started chanting Nazi chants and then salutes out of their vehicle. The light turned red and people started, crowding around, yelling at the vehicle. The vehicle then tried to run people over. This has been reported in the New Times. I got some legal observers around that were there and told them what happened. We had some people who were actually hit by the vehicle there as well, and we gave them the actual the plate number. I haven't heard that brought up here. I did come here late, but I know that no arrests have been made in that. And what had happened was they'd stopped the vehicle. They had told them to get out of the way, and they had docked them kind of just north of the West End. And they were out of their vehicles. People were there. And another police officer from the opposite direction came and asked them why they were there, why they were just parked there, and told them to leave. A lot of people were upset by this. There were a lot of videos of this happening. I would like to know if what they had done was actually an act of violence. I don't know. I do support some sort of investigation in this, not necessarily for the city of Phoenix, not necessarily for the police officers, but for the people. I think that it's kind of their right to understand what had happened and really set the communities, kind of set them at ease. And I think that we really need to do this to restore some support in the community for the police and for the city of Phoenix. It's not just me that, I do feel that I do trust the police. I have called on them many times in my own personal life and do thank them for a lot of, for their service. And I would like my community to feel the same way. And the only way to do that is to restore that sense of purpose. And the only way to do that is to have an independent in the community, an independent investigation within the community.
Excellent.
Sorry for taking any of your time, and I appreciate this.
Thank you for
moment
testifying.
from you.
Thanks for coming down. Appreciate it. Sir.
Good evening. I'm the Reverend Dr. Bill Lyons. I'm the conference minister or spiritual leader for the United Church of Christ in Arizona, New Mexico, and El Paso, Texas. You have in your emails my statement that I'm prepared to give on the record tonight. But before I do that, I need to tag a process that I've observed, a process related to the lack of your willingness to hold the police department accountable because the police chief is not in the room. If one of you would like to have the courage to call her and invite her into the room, I'll move to the back of the line so I can give my statement when she's here to hear it.
She's not here.
I know that.
She was on a pre-scheduled family vacation. Has been planned for a long period of time. This is our first meeting back. We have the assistant chief here.
So the police chief is on vacation while we're here talking about the matter that she's ultimately responsible for. I thank you for that clarification. The news headlines didn't tell the whole story about Phoenix police use of force to disperse crowds outside the Phoenix Convention Center on August the 22nd. Police continued to deploy chemical munitions against a crowd that was chanting peaceful protest, while holding their hands in the air. I know because I was part of that crowd. I videoed it. I was gassed. I was talking to another clergy person, the pastor of St. Mary's Basilica, on the steps of the rectory when the canister ricocheted off the step under my feet and exploded 6 feet away. The canister was thrown at us. Before the protest, faith leaders expressed concern to Phoenix police officials that their announcement of zero tolerance regarding protesters and possible violence was setting the stage for escalating rather than de-escalating any tensions between crowds, factions in the crowd, or law enforcement officers. Although police officials offered assurances that officers were briefed on professionalism, those briefings appeared to have fallen on deaf ears, and the faith leaders' concerns were unfortunately both prophetic and justified. I marched downtown that night with police escort from a vigil for unity and peace at First Congregational United Church of Christ. Our destination was the courtyard of St. Mary's Basilica, where Shadow Rock United Church of Christ and a team of street medics was handing out water and prepared in case violence erupted. Everything was peaceful as far as my eye could see the entire evening. And I kept thinking in the back of my mind that when we arrived at the courtyard, the police escort, which took us safely through the streets from the church to that location, told us they would not be escorting us on the march to the Capitol to protest the placement of Confederate statue there. And when we asked why, they said, well, we're just not going to be able to do it. The timing of the police action coincided with Trump rally attendees crossing the convention center's glass bridge over 3rd Street. I watched them start across as I then watched police officers don riot gear and deploy into formation. I was left wondering if this coincidence was too much of a coincidence to be a coincidence. Now I'm convinced. I'm clear that throwing objects at law enforcement officers is unacceptable. I saw none of that behavior anywhere close to me that night. I would have confronted it if I had. I was there to keep peace. I'm equally clear that police use of force should reflect the level of threat demonstrated by a crowd. That clarity comes to me from several years of training in use of force and chemical munitions tactics as a prison chaplain with the Ohio Department of Corrections. I've taken the training and taken the shot across my brow. I dare any one of you, while you're looking into this investigation, to go take that training like I did. Take the shot of pepper spray across your brow, see what it feels like, understand what it's like to try to respond under those circumstances, and then make your decisions. Tear gas and pepper spray are classed as riot control agents by the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. The Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. There was no riot to be controlled in Phoenix on August 22nd, requiring or justifying their deployment. The police got it wrong on August 22nd. If they'd been my kids, I would have told them to use their words. No verbal instructions were given to the crowd to disperse before deploying the gas. No warning of impending use of tear gas or OC smoke was given, unless you count the intimidation tactic of officers donning gas masks. But that was intimidation that escalated, not communication that de-escalated the situation. It wasn't until after the chemical weapons were deployed and I was blocks away I could faintly hear from the helicopters circling overhead the warning to leave the area or face arrest. I've asked the Office of Police Chief Jerry Williams for the opportunity to talk to her about the police action against the crowd that night. I'm still waiting. I'm awaiting scheduling details from your office, Mayor, about a meeting that's supposed to be convened with community leaders either the first or second Tuesday of September. I'll hear from your office. Thousands of ordinary citizens, while the President of the United States was inside the arena spewing what reporters were calling unprecedented and unhinged rhetoric. Thousands of ordinary citizens, people of faith and people of no particular faith, gathered downtown to peacefully express their First Amendment rights. We filled Phoenix streets with our vision of a united America whose hallmarks are love and inclusion, a country governed by justice. We were what hope in our country looks like that August Tuesday. Those should have been the headlines from outside the Phoenix Convention Center. But the thousands were obscured by the few, and their headlines were stolen by clouds of police violence. Please, don't add to the incident by having an investigation that's a sham by an organization that's already in the pocket of the police chief. Please, listen to what's been said here tonight. And as a clergy person, I need to take a minute to just preach to you for a second. There are times when you got to suck it up, acknowledge the wrong, admit it, go on the record admitting it, say you're sorry, and we're going to do better. You just got to do it. That's what leadership is. I implore you to suck it up, say we got it wrong, we press conference before we knew all the details, say we're going to do better. And don't make the mistake of embodying the problem again by not having the people in the room who need to be held accountable for it. Please, please. Vacations or not, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right. Mr. Deibler?
Hello, I am James Deibler. I live in Phoenix, Arizona, in Council District 5. I disagree with President Donald Trump about the immigration problem in America because he wants to crack down on legal immigration. It is bad because he is trying to send people back to Mexico and other countries when they are looking for a better life in the United States. He also should not have given a pardon on former Sheriff Joe Pajaro. It is sad that Hurricane Harvey hit Houston, Texas, I saw the news coverage on CNN and Fox News about people getting rescued from the floodwaters. I encourage people to donate food and clothes for Hurricane Harvey victims in Houston and other Texas cities. There are special needs kids living in Houston that can't get a good education due to the storm. Their schools are shut down because of the dangerous floodwaters from the storm. It is important of those schools to be rebuilt so that they will open for the students to be educated. Next, a person asked me that question how Phoenix has dirty air during the winter time. Please email the answers to me. There are a lot of cars and trucks on the road that provide dirty and polluted air. That there are elites breathing the outside air, which can make them sick. People should cardboard every day in order to reduce the bad air outside. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dibler. Representative Cardenas, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I appreciate the time, and over the time, I know some of the members of the City Council have come to the Capitol to preserve various policies that the city has, including preserving pensions for police and fire through the coalition that we built on the No on 487 campaign, preserving economic development through the city through the preservation of the Jeeplet program, and finally, in terms of public safety funding itself through the preservation of the residential rental tax. I've appreciated our partnership over the years and our shared interests, and today I'm with the people and their shared interests, and I hope that you take into account the words that they're saying, the words that I'm saying today. In terms of the independent investigation, I do agree with the community that we do need input from the citizens, not just tonight, but in terms of an independent investigation with members of the community, input from the community. And I think we have plenty of volunteers behind me that would like to sit on part of that. Around 5 o'clock, a gentleman used his military rank and experience in order to say that the tactics that were used were okay. 10 years ago, I was serving in the military as a military policeman, and I would say that there is a very strong difference between military tactics and police tactics, and those are two separate things that we have to take into account in a subsequent investigation. Finally, I know earlier this week we had an executive order that was signed that allows for military surplus equipment to be given for free to law enforcement. I stand strongly opposed to that, and I would ask today the City Council, direct the police chief or the City Council to pass an ordinance to reject all military surplus equipment. Previous years, there have been law enforcement agencies in Arizona that have obtained grenade launchers, that have obtained Paladin 155 self-propelled howitzers and tanks, and lastly, the Pinal County Sheriff's Office that received bayonets under the program. Militarization of police causes a lot of anxiety and a lot of distrust between the community and the people that are supposed to protect them. And so going forward, I know we have the investigation that we would like to have at the same time to reject any sort of free military equipment in order to equip law enforcement. So I appreciate the time, and thank you for allowing me in your house.
Thank you, Representative Cardenas, for the testimony. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Rice, and first of all, thank you for being adaptable in your schedule tonight. I will acknowledge that, yes, you may not have felt like you had the platform to say, yes, we were all going to be heard at the end of this meeting, but the important thing is that we wanted to be heard before you made any decisions. It is important to us that we got our platform and time to speak so that you could get the context that we can provide to you. And speaking of context, I know you have heard a lot about the people who were over at the intersection that was gassed. I was blessed enough to not be in that area during the time, but I would like to give some perspective about what I witnessed that night. Mostly about the violence of police in its absence. I was in the area around 2nd and Adams, so I did see a lot of people waiting in line to get into the rally. And what I witnessed were a lot of people who were using provocative language, basically inciting violence upon people. There was no police pushback against that. There were people who were angry that they weren't able to get into the rally. At one point, I saw a couple who were told that the rally was at its capacity, approach police officers and scream in their face that if they had done their effing jobs, then they would have been able to see their president. And there was no police pushback against that. At the point that the riot suppression agents were used against protesters, I was in a different area. And the people around me who came to counter-protest basically all pulled out bandanas. We were prepared for this violence. The other people outside of the rally who weren't able to get in, who were counter-protesting our counter-protest, they didn't really know what was going on. They were laughing because they weren't expecting violence from police. Earlier tonight, we had a woman come up who said she had been to plenty of rallies for more right-leaning groups. And there's a reason that she didn't see any violence at those rallies, because police aren't prepared for violence against the right. They're prepared to protect the right. Whereas when we go out, we are terrified. We are expecting violence, maybe not from the police, maybe we believe that it's not going to happen this time. I have been to protests where there haven't been as much police pushback, and I'm grateful for that. But we know that there is going to be pushback from the other side. They are violent in their speech, and they are more prone to attack than peaceful protesters. I had another friend who couldn't be here tonight, who when she was leaving the rally, was followed in trucks by people screaming alt-right agendas, I don't know how to phrase it, but they were following her, they were threatening her, and there was no police protection for her. When I was going home, there were plenty of angry, violent Trump supporters on the Metro Rail, and I didn't feel safe. There was no support for me there. So what I would like to bring up is that there should be an investigation, not an independent investigation by this group for $50,000. And once there is an investigation as to how this happened, what contributed to this mentality within our police force, there should be repercussions. There should be changes made so that we as citizens can feel safe exercising our First Amendment rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Stanton, members of the council, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Alex Herrero, and I'm here to stand up with the protesters who have been villainized and to condemn the Phoenix Police's actions as well as your own. And also put into perspective for some of the people that testified claiming the alt-left is inciting all this violence. There was documentation that on the 22nd, a gentleman attempted to run over protesters, yet he went off scot-free. At the same time, there's protesters peacefully protesting who have chemical weapons used against them. And I also wanted to include my account because I was there. I stood between 2nd and 3rd Street, right up against the railing, and there were no water bottles thrown. There were no rocks thrown. There aren't even rocks by the theater. If you're downtown, there aren't rocks down there. Please tell me did we bring rocks? We did not. There are also claims that we brought our own tear gas. That is completely false. So I was standing right there, and they dispelled pepper spray onto the crowd. I was lucky enough that I was a little bit off to the side up against the railing and not in the center to where it didn't hit me directly, but yeah, I just wanted to stand up for the protesters and just say that we didn't deserve any of that. And also my main point that I wanted to make is that de-escalation tactics really need to be employed, not just by the Phoenix police, but by police forces across the country, and also highlight how Utah, I believe it's the Salt Lake City Police Department, they retrained their entire police force, and they have not had an incident involving death from the police since 2015. And I know that's primarily gun violence, and this is a little bit different, but I just want to really implore you to retrain our police force to de-escalate, and because they are the ones who escalated the violence on August 22nd. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, my name is Patrick Morales, and as many of you know, I've already made clear how I feel, and for those of you that don't know how I feel, I hope that this gives some perspective. So I'm going to try to share with you context that I hope is helpful that folks haven't shared already. My mother was a police officer in Mexico, and she stopped being a police officer and left Mexico because of the drug escalations that were happening. And when she came to America, she thought about being a police officer for a fraction of a second, and then the Rodney King riots happened. And after that, she never thought about it again. And I think that's important context for how my family sees police officers. And I want to point out that it doesn't matter who you are. All of us as people of color, I think, systematically or directly fear police. So I always have a bandana and identifications with me because even as an elected official, that's a reality that we live in. So our biggest purpose that day was to be there for safety. That was one of the most important goals we had. And unfortunately, I was expecting to get attacked and to get arrested. Some of us have gotten threats before, so I had my hotline number, I had lawyers' numbers, and we had prepped for that. But I was nervous that this was a big event, and that most importantly, it was the first time that people that really support police and people that really fear police, as I do and as many of us do, we're gonna come together. So many of us focused on de-escalation trainings, and I think Phoenix PD didn't do the best job of that. At 7:30, around 8 o'clock, we decided to stay peacefully, and we had heard rumors that Arpaio might get pardoned. And the conversation at that time, in my mind, I wanted to tell everyone so that we would stay till midnight, but I think a lot of folks didn't want to do that because we were afraid that people would riot on our side. And so we kept that to ourselves for a couple of minutes, but then it seems that the police are the ones that started the riot. And so we saw some signs early on, I think, when the mosque was threatened in North Phoenix a while back. We saw police facing both ways, and we saw them talking to both sides, whether you were a Nazi or someone wearing flowers in your hair. So I think that day, when they were all facing us, was very telling. And this was an expected attack for many black and brown communities. But I think for a lot of the white communities, this was the first time that I think they got to see the direct fear that we have, especially including elderly, disabled, and a lot of members of the press, a lot of lawyers that were there. So later in the week, I was around fog, and for the first time in my life, I felt true and real anxiety, and I left the space because of what happened the other day. And this is also about the Nazis that were let out safely, which is whatever, but we got the opposite treatment. And the concept of a pre-planned attack mentioned earlier, even if it was 5 minutes earlier, is wrong and is very important. You cannot decide when the First Amendment is over. I know we saw helicopters over us, shining the light on us. A lot of us just thought that they were shining the light on us for no apparent reason. But afterwards, after much conversation, we realized that maybe that was when they were planning the route that they were going to use to gas all of us. We have to remember that 15 minutes after he stopped talking, we were attacked. A few minutes before clergy touched base with us, because clergy getting shot by police is bad for business. So some of us had to fight the urge to run and use what voice we had left from chanting to shout, the police is shooting at us and the police is throwing grenades at us. That was the quote that a lot of us were sharing just to get folks out of there. And so I think the press conference was very important for a lot of us because that was around the time that we had just gotten home. So many of us were seeing it online, talking about how everyone got home safely after we stumbled through the city, most of us running in fear from clouds of gas. And I want to point out that every business was closed and every visitor and citizen within the city saw the pain and without no proper warning, I think is important to highlight. So as an elected official, I know that you have to deal with city managers, with the presidential Secret Service and FBI and oversight, but someone must be fired. And as an elected official, I understand governance, and we as public servants know that that includes the police chief. And the police chief should be present, not just in body, but in mind and heart. So an actual independent investigation, not the one offered, is needed, and we need a real solution and not another advisory committee without the power to hold folks accountable. An actual solution, at least a step towards ending systematic oppression. That means demilitarization, implicit bias training, trauma-informed training, and a force that looks a little bit more like us. And also, as the president of the Hispanic and Native Caucus for the Arizona School Board Association, I flat out reject the concept of SROs, and will be pushing that policy statewide with the Black Caucus. Many of you know Chanel Poe serves as the president of that. And perhaps especially here in Phoenix, because it's merely a step on the school-to-prison pipeline, as well as a trauma-inducing action for communities of color in school. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Please.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Ingram. I've taken my kids to protests in Phoenix before, and I've never experienced anything like Tuesday. I can see that you guys are talking amongst yourselves while I'm talking about a really important topic, and I can see that you've been bored all evening checking the clocks, but that must be your privilege, right? It must be nice. I've taken my kids to protests before. I've seen you, Mayor, at protests before and felt a sense of camaraderie with an elected official. I was wrong. Because having not been there Tuesday night when Trump came, because you didn't want to see him, but you were too cowardly to show up and make that known, we all experienced an attack by your police force in your absence, and you woke up the next morning after I was on the phone with your secretary leaving a message for you about the use of force that goes against every subsection of the general provisions of the police department's own training manual. I spent the morning on the phone with your secretary, and you come out and agree with the chief of police. Surprise, surprise. That must be nice, the privilege. I'm not going to say anything different than anyone else said up here. Between 8:30 and 8:35, the amount of officers doubled. The amount of gear they were wearing doubled. They came out with pepper ball guns that everyone saw and got loud about, wondering why that was happening when nothing was going wrong. Within minutes, we were fired upon. My husband stood at the barricade with a Black Lives Matter sign in one hand and a peace sign in the other. And do you think your officers stopped? The answer is no. A resounding no for the rest of the evening. I have photos and videos of the barricades 10 minutes after the attack, still intact, still in place. There were children who were vomiting and coughing and crying. There were people in wheelchairs who had been stampeded because your police created a riot. They came prepared for one, and they were going to make damn sure that it happened, regardless of the circumstances already at hand. What happened Tuesday night was shameful, and your siding with the police chief was ignorant, it was biased, and it was irresponsible, having not heard from your citizens. So we had to take over your meeting and tell you about it, rather than just watching 5-second clips like people did with Charlottesville to form their opinions when we know the facts. This can't stand. I brought bandanas. We brought bandanas just in case. What if the police tear gas us? Oh my God, we should bring bandanas. And sadly, we needed them. Sadly, they weren't enough. And if you're going to tell me that they felt threatened in full riot gear by a half-empty bottle of water, supposedly, but they feel that it's appropriate to use gas canisters, pepper balls, rubber bullets, foam bullets, whatever other projectiles they felt were necessary, you think that's appropriate? The answer there is also no. Because if I threw gas and pepper balls and any sort of projectile into a crowd of peaceful citizens, I would be arrested, I would be charged with domestic terrorism, and everyone in my family would probably pay for that. But because the police told you a different version of what hundreds of people in Phoenix have told you, well, I mean, their badge just make their word gospel, right? That's all I have time for.
Thank you for your testimony.
So this gentleman, we have an American Sign Language interpreter on
Thank
the
you.
phone, and she's going to be watching the live stream. So
Thank you.
All right.
do the best I can. This live stream seems to be a bit behind. Hold on 1 second.
I'm sorry.
All right, we're going to try to figure this
We'll
one
try.
out.
I apologize. Here.
Nope.
Okay. 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Can you start over?
Looking at the live stream now, it just there's a gentleman talking here on the live stream link that you sent me, but I'm not seeing you.
Okay. There's a 7-second delay, so just keep going.
Because the guy who's speaking right now is talking. He's not signing. Not anyone signing that I can.
Okay. Can you refresh your feed?
Okay, there we go. I think the cops have came to stop us, he said. And hang on, let me see if I can get a bigger picture of him. Okay. There's a gentleman up there with beads on and yeah. Okay. Can you ask him to start over? Because I missed all of that.
Did you hear that?
Andy?
The interpreter asked if he could start over so that way we can get all the testimony.
Okay. Hold on. Stand on. Stand on. Hold on 1 second.
I think because they're in a partnership. Arizona protest.
And then maybe also because of the delay, could he do it in smaller chunks so that way, because of the delay, we get all the testimony?
What does that mean? There were two.
All right.
Thank you.
We're going to start over. No, you're doing right. Good. Okay. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Come right there.
I wish I had live stream on it. I wish I could see you live. There's no way I can do FaceTime, right? I can see him.
Okay. Haley, please. I apologize.
No, of course. No, of course.
Haley, turn off the sound on your computer because it's just, okay. Or actually, better than that, leave it on, well, yeah, because there's a 7-second delay and that's what's creating the confusion. And turn speakerphone off if it's on, okay?
It's not on.
Okay. Oh, the problem is, okay, there we go. We're good now. Okay. No.
Where's the camera? Yeah, there is.
Okay.
They gassed us at the same time. That we were confused. That we weren't sure which they were gassing, whether it was the Trump supporters or the people against the racist folks that Trump was supporting. Now it's gone live to the entire room. Okay, now it's back to him. No, tell him to look straight ahead. I'm seeing his. Just look at the microphone. Yes, right there. I can see his face clearly now. Okay. God, I wish I had my camera on so we could just talk to each other in ASL.
Okay. Haley, I apologize. I think this is not working. If we cannot. We have tried. I apologize. Hold on a second.
My friend, I've been dating
We
a
can
cop for a while
also,
now.
if you want to try while other speakers are going, and then work it out with Haley.
Okay, thank
And then
you.
hopefully
I
come back.
appreciate your
Yeah,
time.
we want to hear your testimony. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll cut.
So let me see. Sorry.
All right, we're going to give it a shot. Thank you so much. All right, so the next speaker, and then the gentleman have a chance to come back later on. Ma'am,
My name is Shemin Hawes. You have a card for me there.
thank you.
Don't get it twisted. I did not come here to thank you for listening to me. As a matter of fact, I would like to thank Carlos Garcia and the rest of the Puente movement for co-opting this meeting to get it back for us. And if you would do me the favor of not glancing around the room with your condescension, Mr. Stanton, for the rest of my speaking, it would really make me happy. This is not my first rodeo with your PD. Probably the closest thing I could get to a similar experience in my life would be that of Michelle Cusseau. I'm sure you're familiar with her. She was shot in her own doorway by your police force when her mother called to get her some mental health assistance. I also had a mental health moment that caused me to go out onto my front porch as God brought me into the world, waving my American flag. Some of my neighbors called that they were concerned about my mental health. Your police responded onto my property with the words, "Drop that flag." When I told them never, they turned to one another and said, "Did you hear that? She's resisting us." Then they beat the living shit out of me, threw me into Joe's gulag for 24 days before I was found completely innocent of all charges. That was my welcome to the Phoenix Police Department. These guys are terrorists. Your Phoenix police force are a bunch of domestic terrorists. I get flashbacks every time I see a squad car in the street of Phoenix. I took my friend down to this protest. It was the first time she'd ever been to one. Trump's line, he crossed the line even for her. I've been protesting in the streets of Phoenix for years because I don't like Joe Arpaio and his racist, I don't like Joe Arpaio and his racist co-opting of our whole environment here. I don't like our governor, who's in the pocket of the Koch brothers and the ALEC, funding these private prisons. And your police force is a gateway. They're all gatekeepers to this private prison system. You guys are making money off of putting us in cells. And you've been accepting all these nice gifts from the federal government of military equipment that is to do nothing but to use on us. Private citizens that are trying to express their rights to the First Amendment. And the only people you protect are Nazis and fascists. You put your police force's backs to those people, and their guns facing in our direction. And then you send your police chief, who the people of Orange County were so glad to see go. You took her because she has a reputation for driving private citizens off the streets. And now she's on vacation. Well, you know what? I took my whole shift off of work. And I don't make your salary, Greg Stanton. I live hand to mouth. And I'm here right now, taking a whole shift off of work, boring you to death, because I've had it with being terrified in my own friggin' city. I'm terrified every time I see a Phoenix cop. I was here over a year ago at the anniversary of the death of Rumain Brisbane. You remember him? Shot him in his own damn driveway trying to bring McDonald's to his family. We were telling you then, don't you dare spend that money to hire more cops. Don't you dare, Greg Stanton. We need training for the cops you've already had. We need psychological testing for the cops you already have. You ignored us then. You ignore us now. We're sick of it. You're all getting fired. We're going to not elect you. And city manager, I want to know what your name is, because I never really thought of you before, but this is a bad thing for you. People should know your name so we can hold you accountable for your crappy police force. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Hola, mi nombre es Sandra Ojeda.
Hi, my name is Sandra Ojeda.
La acción de la policía de Phoenix el día martes fue completamente cobarde.
The action by the Phoenix PD on Tuesday was completely cowardly.
Yo estuve en la protesta de principio a fin y jamás hubo nada que nos sacara de línea.
I was at the protest from beginning to end, and there was absolutely nothing. We were not out of line.
A las 8:25, sus oficiales se pusieron en línea a media calle.
At 8:25 is when the officers got in line in the middle of the street.
Enfrente de nosotros, a mí me tocó estar enfrente. Ellos se pusieron a la mitad de la calle preparándose como si fueran a una guerra.
They were right in front of us. I was literally standing there where they were, and they stood in line in riot gear as though there was about to be a war.
No pasaron ni 5 minutos cuando empezaron a disparar.
Not even 5 minutes went by when they started shooting.
Yo corrí con mi hija, dejando a mi hijo y a mi esposo, ayudando a las demás personas.
I ran with my daughter, leaving my husband and my son, helping other people.
Yo iba a una cuadra cuando se empezaron a oír explosiones como si fuera una guerra.
I was a block away when I started hearing explosions like there was some war happening.
Lo único que hice fue caminar rápido con mi hija, dejando a mi hijo y a mi esposo atrás.
All I did was walk really fast with my daughter, leaving my son and my husband behind.
Cuando llegué como a la quinta calle, pasó la avioneta arriba de nosotros y nos empezó a arder los ojos.
When we arrived around the 5th block away from there, there was a helicopter, and our eyes started burning.
Fue un ataque completamente hacia la comunidad y les pido que liberen a las personas que son inocentes.
There was an attack against the community. I'm asking all those people to be liberated who are innocent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
How you doing? My name is Richard Tamayo.
Oh, make sure you get the mic on. Can we get the mic?
Hello, my name is
Thank
Richard Tamayo. Good. My name is Richard Tamayo. I'm the senior pastor of God's Army. We're all private military and law enforcement. We started in 2005, and we take to the streets wearing this uniform. We also wear gear that has the same gear that you see on police officers and a firearm. The reason why I'm out here is because what we do out there is we build the bridge of trust between the community and the police department. A bridge that has been burnt down for many, many years since I came when I was a New York City police detective. I was there during 9/11. I know what it's like to be on that side of the blue wall, as they call it. But police officers are just human, and they make errors. What they know are penal laws. They know how to arrest people for burglaries, robberies. They know how to deal with the situation at hand, but they lack the knowledge of constitutional law, civil rights law. And that's something that needs to be addressed by the chief of the police departments, not just here, but the whole nation. Our mission is to basically raise an army that glorifies Jesus, to go out there. We go to shootings, homicide locations. The last location we went to was El Paredo Park. And we go there after the police leave and conduct their investigations and collect evidence. They leave, but the community is still left damaged by that kind of crime. So we go there with our experience and years of experience, and we talk to the people, we preach to them, we come at a different light. On that other side of the coin, we also address police corruption and misconduct. In 2005 till now, we've been addressing many other issues with the city of Phoenix, Tempe, and nationwide. We understand that because we come from that culture, that there is misconduct, there is corruption, there is abuse. It's not just the badge or the uniforms they wear, they're humans. Humans that have gotten through the system and have gotten into a position of authority. It's not just police officers, it could be politicians that have been corrupt, doctors, lawyers. It goes the whole way, the whole gamut. I thank you guys for coming back out here and starting this, this meeting again. I did leave earlier thinking that this was just chaotic. I hate to be in your shoes because the police, these people are upset, very angry. And I'll give you a reason why. A person's voice is their identity. And they're very irate and they're screaming and they're angry because they're not getting their point across. Somewhere along the line, our leaders became deaf and are not hearing us. It's kind of like a child. A child will listen to their parents as long as they're at that age, but then they get to the age where they can't be taught anything. They're unteachable. Now the reason why I'm here is because Thursday on the 24th, I went to go try to meet with a Fox News reporter to let them know that we were going to address the Trump rally issues and the misconduct and the violation of civil rights against the Phoenix Police Department. And as I was out there on the corner of 6th and Washington waiting for the reporter to contact me back, I was videotaping. We have a YouTube called Support God's Army. Support God's Army YouTube, you'll see that I have videotaped and audio recording on the testimony that I'm about to get to give you now. On that date, I was videotaping, constitutional right, on the corner of 6th and Washington, not blocking the curbside or anything. And Sergeant decided he was going to come and inquire about what I was doing. And his words were that he was concerned that I was videotaping. Like I said, the police department lacks constitutional knowledge and civil rights knowledge. I'm entitled and allowed by my rights to videotape in public. Later on in conversation, I let him ask the questions and I responded back. And in doing so, he said, you got to understand, it's a time of terrorism and extremists. So right there, he profiled me as an extremist because I'm wearing a God's Army shirt that says Jesus on the front with the patch. Has no knowledge of me or anything about me, even though I'm on the web, YouTube. I've been in the media and the papers, on TV and everything else. So I took it a little bit to heart because our men and women are out there doing good. And so I didn't want that same abuse or harassment to take place upon them. So that's why I'm here, fighting the fight. I've been down this fight with many other agencies, even New York City Police Department. When I was a detective, I fought corruption within and exposed corruption. It's not easy. It is tough. And the people, I ask you, we live in a tough world as it is now. And I basically going to tell you, look for God. Separation is state and church. Look for Jesus because the church will help you. And that's how we ended up helping people. Because the people did not trust their leaders in the government. They trusted us to handle the situation as needed. So back to the situation, back when the sergeant approached me on 6th in Washington, after he made that statement, I realized he profiled me. He had no legitimate reason, no 911 call for getting up there and asking me questions. When he asked me for my ID, and I said, well, why are you stopping me? He said, I'm not stopping you, this is consensual. At that moment, because I understand the law, and I'm prior law enforcement, I said, no, I'm not giving you my ID. It's not consensual. And I excused myself and left. So they took it a little bit further. I went 2.5 blocks to my vehicle, and I noticed that they were following me, and like a shark around bait, they were swarming around. We all know that if you're from the community, what that looks like. So I, armed with my camera, I started recording again, and everything is documented on Support God's Army YouTube. So they approach me. Now this time the sergeant comes out with his phone camera in my face. He takes my license plate number because since I refused and it was not consensual to get my identity, he chose another venue. He figured take my picture, go to my plate, take a picture of my license plate. That he can run through the system and get my address and my name and everything else. Now I had no reason to hide my identity. I'm all over the place, my name, everything, except for my social security number, hopefully. So he took upon that. That's when I got upset. From the point that we left in 6th and Washington, the contact should have ended. But he chose to follow me. Whether it's retaliation, intimidation, harassment for what I said based on the fact that I informed him that we were going to conduct investigation and collect video footage of all protesters that were at the Donald Trump rally and that we were going to investigate the Phoenix Police Department, maybe that was what ignited him. Police officers don't like to be talked back to. They don't like to have you undermine their authority. They're in the used to and the know-how to take charge. And they're not in charge. The people are in charge. There is a fire that's going to be fueled if you guys don't take time to address these issues and teach your police officers about civil rights and constitutional law. Now, another thing. Since that Thursday, I went down to Monday and I filed with the FBI, the DOJ, even went to the Professional Standards Bureau to file about the sergeant. Now, there is a recording on YouTube as well that I have recorded of the interview, and then later on, wondering why I was frisked with no firearm on me, why I was frisked at the Phoenix Police Professional Standards Bureau office. They were caught in a lie in this video, in this audio. They made indication, there was reasoning and everything else. If you watch the YouTube on Support God's Army and watch and listen to the audio recording, you will catch them in a lie. Now, if the Professional Standards Bureau lie to cover themselves when I start questioning things, who do we have to trust? It's that type of lack of trust and the bridge that is burnt down, the bridge of trust that has been burnt down for so many years that the people are irate with. Listen, God's Army's out there. I want you to understand that we're out there. I want you to tell Chief Jerry Williams that we're out there. I have no problem talking to the department and letting them know who we are out there, because the last thing we want to do is be classified or profiled as terrorist or extremist. When we're out there doing the job that you cannot do with your police department, and that's build a bridge of trust between the people and the police departments.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your testimony. Councilman Michael Nowakowski has the opportunity to join us. Councilman, we're on the same agenda item, and when you were able to, got off the phone about 5. A lot of testimony tonight. Please. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just, first of all, thanks to the brothers and sisters here and other fellow nonviolent human rights people. Please change. I had thought that this would be an independent investigation, and I want to thank them for letting me know. I had no idea on the history of the chief with this corporation. And anyways, it falls right into what I was asking you earlier. Under the city charter, the petition that we turned in, asking for a citizens oversight review committee, as all major metropolitan areas have. The first act I would like you to do after you vote yes for it at your next meeting, because if you ignore that petition, you're ignoring the city charter, you do it for everybody else that does, is to appoint the folks that you see in here. In fairness, you can look around the community, but the very folks of color, all ethnicities, put them on this oversight committee. In a way, I don't even blame individually sometimes the officers, because they're in this cultural systemic system for so long, they follow their elders. And in the military, I was in the military police, and I was in Iraq, and I was with some members of the National Guard who actually serve on the Phoenix Police Force. And the elders, young men, it's just like any other tribe, they go in, hey, the people are the enemy, you got to stay alive, go home tonight, shoot center of mass. We become like the enemy, we're like numbers. And then just a few other things. I also want to, I know the press has to keep quiet on some things, But since this was the President of the United States, that I really am sad to say, you know who I'm talking about. But what role did Homeland Security play? I've been in many of these meetings. This is not classified. I'm not going to state anything that hasn't been in public, but you have liaisons. We have Homeland Security now. There's no separation. Posse Comitatus is dead. Over at Papago Park, our officers work with him. The Arizona Central site, yeah, you guys mentioned, they mentioned airplanes, they mentioned helicopters, but what role did the drones that my friends tell me fly out of Luke Air Force Base play that night? And was it because Trump was here, this union, the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association, again, I'm not even like some other people who say, oh, the police are all bad, but pretty much, you know, I'm not of color, I haven't been getting shot all these years, but they endorsed Trump openly, and they sent you a letter bragging about it. And I warn people, just like the minister said before, they said, Leonard, you're fear-mongering on social media. I said, they're going to look for one little thing, and they're going to go off. And it happened. So, you know, they're openly political. You got the president making a quid pro quo just several days ago on this in front of the National Police Union with William Sessions. Hey, I'm giving you your military weapons. Thank you. And this probably was part of it. So Homeland Security, I'm not comfortable. I know you guys use drones now. You don't want to tell us that. And maybe these officers who are working with Secret Service and Homeland Security said, yeah, you got our permission. Make Trump happy, because many of the leadership in the union openly support Trump. And finally, I understand in this day and age, post 9/11 with the Patriot Act, you know, you've been taught to fear all of us now, because we have this undeclared blank check of a war, so no politicians are held accountable like in a declared war. And so now you feel the officers are here to protect you. I understand that. In a good world, they would protect us. But they're more like your Praetorian Guard. Like the ancient Roman emperors had a Praetorian Guard. You feel that if, you know, we get too angry, they will protect you. But remember, I think that you should know the citizens. If you're doing your job right, you would know we will protect you from the police. We are your Praetorian Guard. You know, we have to change this. And one last thing, Professor Matthew Whitaker, who is a good man, a doctor, a professor at ASU, that whole thing about him plagiarizing, he was going to come in. He was going to change the culture and the systemic problems you have in this union. And I'm pro-union, but this is one of those things where the government needs to step in. This union is running you. You're terrified of them because they endorse you. And we just need the Citizens Oversight Board that we filed a petition with, and you need to vote on that and then appoint these people in the audience to be on that board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Ma'am, good to see you.
Hi, my name is Katie Hernandez. Good evening. I want, and I wish. I need to start by saying the Chinese Cultural Center, we're not tearing that down. That's not okay, right? Okay, just checking. I want each and every one of you to take time to get on social media and just look through the clips of what happened Tuesday night when Trump here. Look at the times, make a time map for yourself. You don't need an investigation. You should do one because you're a city and that's an official thing to do. You should not hire a scummy organization to do it, but you should also do the investigation yourself because you're people and you can do math. If you don't feel comfortable with social media, you should find someone who is, or wonder what you're doing in your seat in 2017. I wish just one of you would be brave enough to say, I think on that Tuesday night in Phoenix, when Trump came to speak, we made a mistake. I wish that would happen. When I was downstairs earlier, I heard someone say, what kind of a person is stupid enough to bring their child to a protest? I am stupid enough to bring a child to a protest. I brought 2 of them. They are my children. I am that woman. I am also the woman who fell in love with the city of Phoenix in this room, in that seat right there, when I worked with all of you on domestic violence work, strangulation protocol, and I was so proud of all of us and all of us. When we work to create the structure that addresses human trafficking in our city, we are revolutionary in the way we take care of these victims. But we cannot create our own victims. I'm the same woman who, when I worked with victims of human trafficking, relied on the Phoenix PD for my safety and for my client's safety. I learned to form relationships, trusting relationships, friendships with individual police officers, and I am still proud to say that I know them and I love them. I'm terrified that they are being represented by the violence that happened on that Tuesday night. I'm also the woman who brings my children to city council meetings. They were up here before. Today was not their first city council meeting. You all know that. They go to school board meetings, they go to protests, they go to rallies, they go to election day, because all of the millions of ways that cities make decisions are amazing and wonderful. So yes, I brought them to a rally. Have you been to a protest in Phoenix? Have you been to a rally? They're amazing. They're full of music and food and community and rhythm, and they're phenomenal. And our signs are brilliant, and we're hilarious in Phoenix. Our signs are awesome. So yes, I am a woman stupid enough to bring my children to a protest. But what is worse and breaks my heart is that I live in a city stupid enough to fire bullets at peaceful protesters.
Thank you. Ma'am, please.
Hi, Mayor Stanton, council members, I'm Stephanie Vidmosco. I'm a resident of Central Phoenix. I'm a 63-year-old grandmother who attended the peaceful protest on the 22nd with my 9-year-old grandson, my 13-year-old granddaughter, and my daughter. Somehow, the police were threatened by us. They couldn't give us fair warning, although we had seen them gathering. And we saw them actually narrowing off the barricades so that people had even less of a space to escape. I just wanted to say that we were there from probably about 5:30 till 8:37. At the time of the tear gas, we were on the side of the Basilica. And I just want to stand and say that the police chief, the mayor, whoever chose to tear gas, has done that to the grandmothers, to the mothers, and the children. That's it.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Derek Pacheco. And I just wanted to comment on government waste. Should there be an investigation into the matter that happened last week? Yes, I think so. Just as there should be an investigation into the police department using DNA testing to find Mr. Waring's stolen sunglasses earlier in the week. In regards to our instigator-in-chief, to quote Dave Chappelle, this is a great party with a really horrible DJ. I love participating in our democracy. That is why I waited here tonight to talk to you all. I just wanted to bring up the fact that the police had designated safe zones around downtown, one being Cornish Pasty, the other being Seamus McCaffrey's. I'm wondering why the city-owned Sheraton building downtown was not included in this designated safe zone. They were selective on who was protected that night. I personally was locked out of the front door, which is located on the northwest corner of the building. I was asked to leave by the head of security. I was arrested 10 minutes later. The state said that I had pushed an officer. After I got out of jail, I found the video that showed otherwise. My hands were at my side the entire time. I'm now facing defamation of character. I'm just asking you to do a complete and thorough investigation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Sir?
My name is Steve Helfrich. I've been quietly, I've not been protesting, but I've been quietly building a community for 25 years in the downtown, going into every little bad little building and fixing them up and making a community for you guys, for you essentially, and for you, you know. I was at the protest. I was tear gassed. I did see everything that was here that people said was true. I also saw the President Trump on the TV, he made one point that I think was relevant, is that we need our leaders to stand up. And we need them to stop what's happening. You are our voice. We're not hearing you. I feel that we're in a tin can and we're just talking to ourselves. I just don't want us to be on the wrong side of history here. And I think what I saw on Tuesday night was the wrong side. And I really have three choices here. I'm a professional architect. I've been working to make this place a better place for almost 30 years. I have three choices. I can continue to do the work of the developers and the people that are making our city into essentially a performa to make money. I could become radicalized, or I can flee. What do you want us to do? We're sitting ducks here. Nobody had anything that was going to cause any damage to the police. I just don't get it. This doesn't make any sense anymore. And if it doesn't make any sense to me, it certainly doesn't make any sense to you. And you guys are just hiding. I was hoping you were going to stand up, and I really would like something tomorrow morning about how you're going to proceed. It's really a critical point. And you guys need to stand up and get through this. I just don't get it.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wish to provide testimony on item 161.1, although it's sort of public comment and testimony is so relying to it, so
Hi, we have just one more.
please go ahead.
Okay, so I am not proficient in sign. I just know a little, so I only have the gist of the story. But his name is Antonio Sneed. He is with the American Indian Law Alliance, and he wanted to state his denunciation of the presidential pardon. He wanted to denunciate the presidential pardon of ex-Sheriff Arpaio. He believes in self-determination of indigenous people, and wanted to also note the UN Declaration of the Right of Indigenous People as well when talking about this. And again, I'm sorry, I don't really understand the full story. I just know kind of what I could get from our short conversation. But he had a story from that night, and it was that two police officers, they approached him. And he told them that he was for no racism. He was like anti-racism. He was holding a sign that said, "Stop war, no hurt." And then he asked, why do you have a gun? Because the police officer had a gun. I'm assuming it was a pepper gun. And they told him to stop. They told him that he couldn't go further. And that's pretty much the gist of the story. But I think that he just also wanted to reiterate that he met them calmly and they met him with more violence, and that he is non-supportive of Trump and thinks that there was definitely police violence that night and that he was not guilty of anything that they were trying to accuse him of.
Thank you for stepping forward and helping out. Thank you, Antonio, very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead.
Thank you. We'd like to know if there's anyone else in the community that has a story or testimony to share for our city council and mayor to hear this evening from last Tuesday.
Really quickly, because I don't want to take
Just
up
take the
any
mic
more
up
time.
and go ahead. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, everybody's story is true about what happened. I saw a couple water bottles thrown, and then I was tear gassed and shot with pepper bullets, and the same, just reiterating basically what everybody else said. So that's about it.
Thank you very much. Jeremy, did you want to provide testimony? Okay, please, Jeremy Helfkamp.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Jeremy Helfgott. I'm here on behalf of the Phoenix Commission on Human Relations, but if I can have a moment before I speak on the Commission's behalf, just to say that personally, I stand here right now as a very proud Phoenician, and I hope that you will all join me in that. Proud of everyone who has stuck through the many hours we've been here today. A thank you to all of you, to the city staff who are here, to the other community members who have other items on the council agenda who have been waiting through this to get through, but mostly to everyone who has stepped up today in an exemplary fashion to speak, to be heard, to engage, and to remind us of how important and how valuable and how treasured this democratic process is. I think this is a wonderfully positive reflection on our community members who have taken so much of their time to be here and to be heard. And again, I hope you will join me in that. On behalf of the Human Relations Commission, I just want to make all of you on the council aware that at our next public meeting on the 18th of September, when we return from our summer hiatus at 6 p.m. at the Phoenix Fire Administration Building, we will have an item on our agenda to continue hearing from the public about the issues and concerns that were raised here today. Our intent is to continue the conversation in a different venue with an independent commission of private citizens who are volunteers so that we can continue to explore these issues and work with the community to see that they're addressed. I'd ask each of you, please, if you have constituents who contact you or are in any other way engaging with your constituents, to let them know that the conversation is not ending here today, but will indeed be continued by the Human Relations Commission. And with that, again, I thank you, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Mayor, I have a question. What was the date?
Councilman
again?
Nowakowski, please.
Yes.
Place, date, and time.
Mayor Stanton, Councilman Nowakowski, it is the Phoenix Commission on Human Relations public meeting that will be September 18th, that's a Monday, at 6 o'clock p.m. at the Phoenix Fire Administration Building. And again, that meeting will be open to the public. The item will be agendized, and there will be an opportunity for the public to speak.
Can you give people a crossroads?
The Phoenix Fire Administration Building is south of Jefferson on 12th Street.
All right, thank you very much. Any other
Thank you very
questions?
much.
All right, thank you. Please, you want to provide testimony? Thank you.
Thank you. Mad appreciation for being so patient, and I'm actually just continuing it, but I'm not as eloquent or well-versed as many people have been coming up here and telling their stories, and many people have touched on important points here. Sheriff Joe's blatant racism that he must be held accountable for, though pardoned by Trump. This community, I know, will not stand for it. Other points such as the excessive and unnecessary amounts of chemical weapons used against our citizens of this city. Pretty much as harsh as they could be without drawing any blood, because any sign of police brutality, I'm pretty sure they knew, would totally expose them for their misuse and abuse of power. Regardless, I'm just here to share my story. I have footage of what you might call ground zero, where it all pretty much started. I was against the barricade with a sign that read, between 2nd and 3rd, with a sign that just read, "Imagine all the people living life in peace." Had a big peace sign on it. That's what I was there to voice my opinion about, completely non-violent. As word spread around 8 o'clock around 8:15, that Trump had stopped talking and supporters would soon start to come out, an Antifa group quickly and swiftly approached the barricade right next to me, though they did not initiate any acts of violence or throw anything. They were seemingly taken as a threat. From there, 5 shots were fired on the asphalt ground right in front of us, and someone from the Antifa group yelled out, "F you." Evidently, this was enough threat to take the shots from the ground up to the people. And right when that started happening, I mean, it's 2017, we all have a cell phone. We pulled out the phone and began recording. And you can see the people being shot at and the signs being shot at, and they were pepper bullets, and we all just started coughing, although we didn't realize, honestly, what was going on. And from there, I have footage and I have it up, and I don't know, putting it over the mic wouldn't really do anything, but I can show you where the first water bottle was thrown, and it was after action was taken by the police. So you can believe whatever side you want to believe, and you can listen to all of these stories and choose to form an opinion off of that, but a lot of us, plenty of us, have physical evidence that what actually happened at that location. So I just encourage you, before we all spread this news, to choose the right side and try and help us tell the correct story.
Thank you very much. Sir, go ahead.
Mayor and Council, my name is Emrys Staten. I'm from the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Phoenix. I want to thank everyone tonight for coming and sharing your stories. Just quickly, a couple members of my congregation brought, Mayor, to your office a scroll Monday with, I believe, over 100 signatures asking that the city not rent the facility to Trump in the first place. And that was our wish. And then I was out of town and I was watching in horror on Tuesday as people in my community and all these communities were under the brutal violence of the Phoenix Police Department. I'd like to end tonight with this blessing and prayer. Blessed are the protesters who stand up against white supremacy, who stand up for a world that will be better, who stand up with vision and courage. Blessed are the street medics who showed up to protect us, to heal us, to make sure we were healthy and safe, and to get the gas and the pepper spray out of our eyes and off our skin. Blessed are the journalists, those who record and broadcast, and blessed is Facebook live stream for showing the world what happened. Blessed are the organizers of justice who bring together people, bring together all of us with our hearts to claim space and share our stories. Blessed are our ancestors who've fought for generations before us, who inspire us, whose shoulders we stand upon. Blessed are our voices, soft and loud, those who speak with rage or speak with their hands, those who speak through tears, and those who did not speak tonight, but I know in your hearts carry the same message. And blessed are our children and the generations to come, for they will inherit and come into a world that is more beautiful, more peaceful, more loving than the one that we're experiencing right now. Amen.
All right, thank you very much. Right now, again, we sort of morphed public comment. Before we took a short recess, we moved 161.1 to the beginning of the meeting, and so the comments were of the nature that dealt obviously a lot with the 161.1, so we operated as if that was the item on the table. So I'll turn to members of the council to see if they have any comments they would like to make at this time. There's not a motion yet. But because we heard public testimony on 161.1, I'll now turn to the council to see if they have any questions or comments on 161.1.
Mayor?
Just a second. Councilwoman Williams, did you have something first? No? Go get
Mayor?
Just a second, Councilman Cisa, just a moment. Please, go ahead.
Mayor, I just want to make a couple clarifications. On the school resource officers, I am quite certain that the school districts request those. It's not that we assign certain officers to schools, and it's quite a competitive process because I know I have a couple schools that are quite disappointed that they didn't get a school resource officer, but it sounded like people thought that we were assigning them to certain schools, and that's not the case. They don't go where they're not wanted.
Yeah, that's not on the agenda,
I know
that issue.
that
Yeah, of
kept
course,
coming
right,
up,
of
and
course.
then I also kept hearing them talk about the police and requesting or accepting military equipment, and I am very confident that the Phoenix Police does not do that. Is that correct? Okay.
That is correct, Councilwoman.
I came to this to hear this item, and I was not in support. I didn't think this was the wise way to go. I will tell you, absolutely, I want to commend Chief Williams and the officers. They went through extensive planning and how to execute this plan that they had. They were focused on how people could exercise their First Amendment rights in a potentially dangerous arena. And they did not want something fatal or really serious to happen. What I heard tonight is action took place, reaction took place, and there was a spillover that impacted a lot of people unintentionally. But I want to say I do not support going forward with the further assessment of and hiring someone from the outside to come in and do this.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Stark, please.
Mayor, thank you. I even before we had testimony tonight, was not going to support this. I appreciate your comments, Councilwoman. I agree with you. I think there was a lot of preparation. I actually went to a planning meeting where the chief, the sheriff, and the head of DPS was there, and they really were. It was all about trying to keep everyone safe. In my heart, I think the police were trying to do the right thing, and I just don't think we need the investigation. We probably need to further talk with the community, but I just cannot support.
Thank you very much. Councilman Waring.
Thank you. I was against this investigation. Ed, you and I talked today for a TV show, and I expressed that fact to you. I let you make your comments about why you thought it was necessary, but I think you termed this operation a success, which it sounds like loosely characterized is how Mayor Stanton also, I did not see his specific comments, but it sounds like that's kind of how it was phrased at the press conference with the chief. And I would like to applaud the Phoenix Police Department. You've heard a lot of negative things tonight that I thought were wildly inappropriate. Domestic terrorists, Nazis, et cetera, et cetera. It pains me to hear those things. I'm not a police officer, but one thing I do recognize, or at least try to recognize, you guys got a really tough job. And apparently the expectation is you be perfect. And I don't think that's a reasonable expectation. I don't expect you to be experts in mental health. I don't expect you to be experts like you're omniscient and that you know every facet of every person's life that you come in contact with. I'm sure every officer on the street, and I know a lot of police statistics. I've forgotten this one, but I forget how many contacts a frontline officer can expect to have every year. The amazing thing to me when I got to the city council is we have a budget of $1.3 billion, and about half of it is police. Is that fair? So about $600-something million. Now, we heard tonight about the library. Nobody's harder on city operations than I am, most likely. Maybe Sal. Sorry, Sal. I don't want to steal you. But I will say this. Given that this police and given the volatility of many of the interactions and the scope of them, it is amazing how few complaints we get. I'm not saying that there haven't been police officer mistakes. I'm not saying police officers haven't done wrong things. There were just 3 of them in the paper just the other day whose behavior was unacceptable. But by and large, given the thousands of contacts, way more than any other department except maybe the airport, on a frontline, face-to-face interaction basis, it is amazing how well you do. I would have figured we'd hear more complaints, not less. It's a lot of employees, and again, it's half of our budget. So I applaud your efforts. You've got a tough gig. I've gone on enough ride-alongs to have seen it firsthand, and to hear the things that were said tonight, I just thought was a shame, and it's not something that you should hear. I recognize, as Councilwoman Stark said, that you're doing the best you can. Obviously, there are procedures and so forth that have to be followed, but I have a lot of respect for the chief. I don't know her particularly well. I have, heard her comments about this and read some more in the paper, and I have confidence in her. She was a frontline officer for a long time. But I just think people who expect things to go perfectly under the volatile situation, so Ed, check me if I'm wrong, we talked about this morning, about 20,000 people. Obviously, a lot of cross-pollination, if that's the word to use, with, I'm sure, FBI and Secret Service and so forth, so a lot of law enforcement agencies involved, a lot of moving parts. You got traffic, you've got the heat, you've got people out there at 7 in the morning, you got maybe, I think we agreed this morning, 14, 15 hours of officers out there with people out there. It's a combustible mix. You know, again, when you've got no property damage that I'm aware of, no loss of life, injuries, apparently, but not permanent injuries where people are disabled, disfigured. At this point, when I look at cities around the country, you know, maybe you can't call it success in the way that it's ideal, but it's certainly success, and you contained a really volatile situation. So for the officers who were here, and I know there are quite a few of them, but for the officers who may hear this later, you got a tough gig. I applaud you for your efforts. I appreciate it. I'm trying to think if anybody else even alluded to that tonight. And so I wanted you to know that at least one person noticed. And it's just, it pains me to hear the things that were said because I thought they were unnecessary. I thought there was a different way to handle it. It seemed like tonight there was freedom of speech for one side, but I had a block watch captain from my district come. I told him yesterday, he called me about this. I told him, I said, you know, as your councilman, I wish you'd come. He works with the police a lot. He is one of the most, he is not the most active constituent in District 2. He might be the most active person in the city. It's amazing what he does. And he was here tonight, and he was basically just sort of sent it aside. He turned in his card. He didn't get to talk. I told him yesterday, but as a friend, I'm telling you, don't come. It's not going to be pleasant. You're not going to like what you find. Well, I hate to be right, but in this case, I was right, unfortunately. The sergeant, Vaughn, I forget his last name, he was chased out of here, shouted down. Really? That's freedom? That's the way we want to be? That would get you kicked out of any kindergarten I was ever in. So maybe that's not the way to behave. It was appalling. Appalling. So you guys all have your videos. Look at the videos and look at the behavior. I sat here, I thought patiently, listened to this for more than 5 hours. I didn't take a break or anything. I sat here during the recess. I thought patiently listened, not looking for any pats on the back. It's the job. But then I found that people who got up there and had the temerity, the utter gall, to lecture people about behavior immediately left, didn't listen to anybody else. As soon as they were done talking, they left. They were shouting people down and so forth. I watched it, watched the whole thing. Got the best view in the house right here. It pains me to see this discourse. I try not to be like that. I tried to be patient. There were a lot of times I wanted to interject myself. But the thing that pained me the most was watching what was said about the officers. That's, you know, they got families and everything. It's just, I know they're all adults, but that was something I just wanted to say. So I appreciate the patience. I was against this. I didn't think this was necessary. I think it had the undercurrent of we're second guessing these folks yet again. I know a couple people, at least up here, agreed with me. I'm not sure, maybe Ed, you can explain the genesis of this. Who asked for this? How did this get on our agenda? It was a late addition. As you know, I was against it, so my understanding now is that it's going to be withdrawn, so I guess it's going to be a moot point. But I guess I'd like to know, how did this come about, and are we going to do anything with this? Is this done? Obviously, somebody somewhere felt this was important, so are we going to continue with it, or is this the end of it?
All right, just a moment. So, Mr. Manager, I want to talk about the origin, how this got on today's agenda. We tried to do that earlier, but wasn't able to, and now would be a good time.
Sure. The origin of the item is from me as city manager. It was my recommendation based on reviewing what I'd heard from people, what I saw, what I witnessed, that it would be important to do an assessment through an objective party, not associated with the city or other law enforcement agencies. I never called it an investigation. It was always to be an assessment. And I placed it on the agenda on Monday afternoon, 2 days before today.
All right, Councilman DeCiccio, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate it. You know, I've had an opportunity to hear what the public had to say, and, you know, I do know that they have their First Amendment right, and I do respect that. At the same time, I think that we have a First Amendment right as well. I think, along with Councilman Waring, what he said, I was horrified at the type of comments I heard about our police officers. I don't even know why they do their job anymore. I really don't. They're treated so poorly. I mean, here it is. They received national recognition for the work that they did that night. and now to be called these names. And to the public that's still there, doesn't look like there's a whole lot, but the ones that are there, I would ask you, you know, they have children, they have families as well. They're human beings like everyone else. They're put into a stressful situation like that, and they did an exemplary job. I mean, the national recognition over the way they handled this thing. So, and I've got to tell you, and I don't know how this proposal came together. One thing that I think that we do agree on, for those that are still left, is that this proposal was hastily put together. There was no thought, no research, and no plan. There are way too many questions surrounding this OIG, very concerning questions surrounding this company, and this proposal needs to go away. And what I would recommend, and I know there's always an inclination to want to do something today, but the city of Phoenix is currently under a review to see what's going on. At the very least, we should wait and see what our police department comes back with in their review. That's the first thing you should do. Everything else is hastily put together, and it's a mistake. Like I said, the natural inclination is to make another proposal out there on the seat of your pants. I would say we table this, get rid of it. Actually, I would say we vote against it so that this doesn't come back again, is what I would prefer to see. I'm going to vote against it. I would not support a continuance of this thing at all, not after the testimony I heard tonight. And I would also wait and see what they come back with. The police department deserves that from us as political leaders, as leaders of the city. The very least we should do is wait and see what they come back with. Before any other new proposals put on the table, before any other ideas are put out there, you have to have the facts. And Ed, I do respect you personally, but the way this thing was handled, 2 days before on something this large, this grand, and this is an investigation. It is not a review. It's not a learning experience. It has nothing to do with that. This is clearly an investigation of our police department. We need to wait and see what they come back with. We need to make a determination then, and we need to see what the facts are. We cannot make the facts because this is all political now. This is a politically motivated move of putting this on the agenda today without having any of the facts on the table, period. So I view our police officers as heroes. I feel horrible for them today. I mean, I feel horrible for them. And you know what? Who I feel worse for? Their families. Their families had to endure this. They had to hear this. They had to feel this. Their children watched this stuff. And the way they were treated tonight was horrible. They deserve better. Our city deserves better. And we need the type of leadership to say this is not going to go forward. And I would encourage the rest of the council, don't do anything hastily because we're going to make another mistake. Thank you, Mayor.
I thank you, Councilman. Any other members of the council want to speak on this issue? Vice Mayor?
I don't know really how to speak on this issue only because what I see and what I hear is our city hurting. And it's with the, I don't really think police officers went out there with the intent to hurt someone, to do the things. They were doing their job in the sense of protecting everyone. Things happened, things got excited, things started to escalate. I also feel that people were also hurt during the process, and being there really wanting the First Amendment right and wanting to be heard and understanding that we have a right to speak out. And I believe that every one of us has a right to speak out. I believe that if people want to get together and say what they want to say, they have the right to do that. I also feel that we have to be respectful to one another and that we have to hear one another and we have to understand what really is causing all the pieces that come together that makes the puzzle. So what I heard tonight was, I heard two things. was we really don't need an investigation. What we really need is a community trust. We have to go back to our, I want to say the CPTI, and go back and start working together as a community. There's a lot of distrust in the community at this moment because of what happened. We have to figure out as leaders a way to be able to bring all entities and all groups together to build the trust. But I also heard in the same conversation and in the same, we want you to do something. We want you to hear us. We want you to go look at video footage to see what happened. I'm not saying what really happened because lots of things happened that night. And every moment in time, things were happening. The community wants to be heard, and I really strongly believe that we need to allow the community to be heard. And the chief needs to hear the community. And so I think it's very important for us to build that space for everybody. And so I don't know if that's an investigation, not an investigation, a review. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you call it. I don't know if it's a community or a citizens group. That's up to you, because I'm looking to you for the leadership, Ed, in the sense, and we can talk about it, but our community is hurting. And our community includes our police officers, and it includes all our families, police officer family, my family, the people that were there, families. We were all there. Everybody was present. This affects all our families. And each and every one of us that sits here, we're just as human as you. We carry more weight at this moment. And we're trying to understand all different points of views. And so I think that's very important for people to understand that we are also human, and our families are just as affected by this. And so I just want to say thank you to all the patients that were in this room. Thank you to all those that allowed to hear us. And thank you for everybody that serves, because every one of you serves our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Other comments? Councilman Valenzuela?
Mayor?
Oh,
No,
Councilman Valenzuela, and then Councilman Gallego. Councilman, please.
I appreciate it. I want to thank everyone who came out. A couple of comments were made thanking us for the patience of sitting here for 5 hours, more than 5 hours to listen to the testimony. But frankly, many people called off of work, took time away from school, time away from your families to come out here and to express how you feel, and that's invaluable. So thank you for your patience, and thanks for coming out. I will say that last week during this, when the event took place on Tuesday, what we demonstrated nearly the entire day and night was something that we can all be very proud of. And it was a victory not only for the city and for our police officers, but even more importantly for the people who, not to say that we and police officers don't live in the city, but frankly the people that we are all here to provide a service for, the people of Phoenix. Everyone was and we heard tonight people talking about the peaceful demonstration. People coming together, expressing their First Amendment rights, and that that was important. All eyes were on Phoenix. All eyes were on the people of Phoenix, and we shined for hours and hours. Tens of thousands of people on either side of the issue with charged emotions were able to express their rights, and it was done. Now, for most of the night and the entire day, it was done in a way that we could all be very proud of. Then the events that unfolded at the end of the night obviously left some questions there and created, more dialogue and frankly, conversations came about in terms of how we review this, what we need to do to review, and there are lots of opinions and lots of emotion, lots of feelings, much of which we heard tonight. Now, now listening to everyone speak tonight, what was important about it and why, I sat here and why I believe, I can't speak for my colleagues, but why I believe they sat here is at the end of the day, you have a right to express what it is that you're feeling. And that was incredibly important. That's why I sat. I sat here because you have a right to express how you're feeling. And there is a lot of frustration in the community. And if what you need is to express that here, then you should do that. And so I wanted to be sure that the people here would be heard. What I also heard overwhelmingly, regardless of who spoke tonight, regardless of which side of the issue people were speaking from, is that this particular item on the agenda would be a bad idea. And I heard that, I believe, unanimously on both sides of this aisle. On both sides of the item. That this particular item, in setting it out for an external review, would not be supported. And so I think the appropriate action here is to not move forward with this item. I am trying to find some silver lining here. What I have also heard, and maybe this is a step to start on both sides of the topic, is that everyone agrees that this kind of thing should be looked at internally meeting within this community. We don't know what that looks like yet. We do and should work with our Phoenix Police Department and of course, our city, within our city to figure that out, because we should always continue to strive for, best practices and community-based policing and relationships between our officers and people that our officers are there to serve and protect. For those who absolutely did it right on Tuesday night, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your peaceful protest, and to our officers who are out there who did a great job. I want to thank you as well. Now, again, there's some questions. There's some questions that comes from the what is unfolded at the end of the night that still has to be reviewed, and how we move forward and how we review that. I guess we have to think about that. I do know that the Phoenix Police Department is currently doing their own review, which is something that is typically done. I'm for one waiting to see what that looks like as well. So, that said, again, going back to what was said, it seemed like for more than, well, I know it was for more than 5 hours, but what it seemed like unanimously is that regardless of which side of the topic anyone spoke from, that this external review would not be supported. So I will not be supporting this particular item today, and I'm not sure what we do with it from this point.
All right, I was going to get Councilwoman Gallego next, and then Councilman Nowakowski. Councilwoman.
Thank you so much. There is no doubt in my mind that we have a duty as a city government to make sure that our employees are able to discharge their responsibilities safely and effectively. At the same time, we have a sacred obligation to ensure all residents of our city have the ability to exercise their First Amendment rights safely, peacefully, and freely. And I believe it is appropriate for us to continue a public review of the events from last week. After any major undertaking, any organization would want to know as much as possible to inform future decision making. I spent time reviewing video at the police department headquarters and also video from people on the ground who are exercising their First Amendment right. I would have questions about what are the best practices, how other communities do this. Do we have the equipment we need to maximize safety? So I believe there is value in getting outside assistance, but I can try to pursue that on my own. I hope that this is a public conversation that we can continue to have with all of our residents to create the best city possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Nowakowski?
Thank you, Mayor.
How was your flight?
It was good.
Good flight. All right, good.
You know, what's incredible is that on the flight, you can actually go onto the website and listen to the meeting while you're in the plane. So I was able to just miss about 5 minutes of the conversation. But when I came into this room, I was coming in supporting the item. And the reason being is that I was out there at the march. I was out there for about 3 hours. And what I seen was something beautiful. I seen for the first time, besides the Women's March, that people from all different walks of life, all colors, came together for a common cause. And it was beautiful. It was great. I was involved with the SB 1070 and all of those Joe Arpaio marches and rallies, and you had individuals with rifles on the side of the road and people marching, praying in a peaceful way. And that was all done because we were organized, and we sat down with the police officers and we organized the march. I'm not sure how this was organized. I wasn't a part of that, but I think we should look at our best practices as a city of Phoenix, how we used to do it back with the SB 1070, the anti-Joe Arpaio marches and all that, and that worked. And I think we need to continue those types of best practices. Right after the incident, I started getting phone calls and texts and, Councilman, what's going on? Help. So the first thing in the morning, people were saying we want some type of review, some type of investigation. It can't be an internal. It needs to be outside. So I got on the phone. I talked to the city manager, and I encouraged the city manager to look for a neutral person. And we talked about different agencies within the state of Arizona. And I said, you know, I believe that it needs to be somebody from the outside that's neutral. Because if we would go to the county, then they would say, now it's all set up. We went to the state agency, they say, well, it's all set up. So in defense to the city manager, I was one of those council members that said it needed to be a neutral party, somebody from the outside, because that's what I was hearing from those individuals that wanted somebody that was neutral and that wouldn't be biased. One of the things that I heard today is that there's rubber bullets. So what I like to do is make sure that we clarify that, and maybe if there's a report, and I think it's really important that the residents need to know that if there was rubber bullets, and why were there rubber bullets and why were they shot at. The tear gas, I think it is important to find out what type of chemicals were in that tear gas. So if somebody has a chemical reaction to it and they need to tell their doctors what type of gas it was, maybe there's something in the future we need to let people know about, or somehow that if the doctor asks for that information, that we release it. I think there's all kinds of great ideas that came out, and I think that we need to really listen to the community. One of the things that I liked is when the young lady came up and said, I need, I want, and I wish. So I have the same thoughts. I need to find out the truth of what happened that night. I want to make sure that there's a process that the community and the police officers and the city employees feel that it's fair and that both sides are being heard, that it's not biased. Because we can't just go after our police officers. That's not fair. We have those men and women that put on that uniform on a daily basis to protect and serve our community, our families, and we have to honor that. And we need to make sure that they're taken care of in the sense that their voices are heard fairly, just like the community. And I wish that after all this is done, after we find the truth with data and facts, that we have some type of process that includes the community and the police officers, that we as Phoenicians come back and respect one another, because that's what Phoenix is all about. I've lived here for 53 years of my life, and you know, Phoenix is about community. And I believe in Phoenix. I believe in community, and I believe in a God that brings us all together. And that's what my needs are, what my wants are, and what my wishes are. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Councilman Nowakowski. Vice Mayor, did you have additional comments?
I just, my additional comments is, it's not necessarily, as Councilman Nowakowski had stated earlier, community and number of people, and it's not just those that were here. It was more of I heard from the elderly or the older population that were out at the event. And I also heard from the priests that were at St. Mary's Basilica, standing there peacefully, that gave testimony of what happened to them. And so I want that we have to holistically look at this. We also have to understand what we did right, where we can improve, because I feel like this isn't going to stop. I feel other events are going to happen, and we just need to be understanding and what's the best way to move forward. And so I hope like a citizens group or a collective comes together of all different expertise that will work on this.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I'll just add a couple comments. I did and do support the city manager's recommendation for an independent assessment of the events that occurred last Tuesday night. I do believe that Phoenix is blessed with one of the best trained and most professional police departments in the country, with incredible officers who work the streets every single day to keep us safe. I respect them.
I think time's up, Mayor.
And I respect those officers who do that work for this community very, very much. I also respect our city manager. Some very difficult words were said about our city manager. I just want to make sure to say publicly, I think you're doing a great job, and thank you for your leadership as city manager of the city. And I do respect and think our chief is doing an outstanding job as well. I have a chance to work with her behind the scenes, out front, et cetera, and think she does a great job, she and her command staff, leading this outstanding police department, the Phoenix Police Department. I think it's a great organization. And I think one hallmark of a great organization is a willingness to embrace new ideas, new ways to improve, and in our case, ways to better protect and serve our residents. So I expect that an independent review, whether it be by this firm or another mechanism that we achieve that goal, I expect that to be an objective tool to help us learn all we can from the events of last Tuesday, and then to use any recommendations to improve our police department functions for future events and improve the city as a whole. So I think a great organization like the City of Phoenix, a great organization like the Phoenix Police Department becomes stronger when we do things like independent assessments, so we can learn from that and improve for the future. And so that was the reason why before this meeting and at this meeting, I support the city manager's recommendation for a independent assessment. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, thank you. The Phoenix Police Department is doing an after-action assessment, as they do. My attempt here was to respond to concerns for independent fact-gathering, but it's apparent that my proposal is not viewed as objective, and so therefore I would respectfully withdraw my recommendation for this item, taking this into account. I would also note that the police chief has scheduled 12 community listening sessions. They actually had been scheduled as recommendations from the previous Community Police Trust Initiative, that the police annually hold those, and so they have been scheduled. The first one is on the evening of September 5th, and the entire list of them is available on the phoenix.gov/police website. and that the chief will be at those sessions and her staff to listen to the community in that as well. Thank you very much, Mayor.
All right, so with that, item 161.1 is withdrawn. Now we will get to our regular agenda for the rest of City Council. Our city clerk now needs to read the 24-hour paragraph. Chris?
Titles of the following ordinance and resolution numbers on the agenda were available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinances number G 6344 through 6349, S 43817 through 43870, and resolutions number 21561 through 21566.
Thank you very much. Next, do we have approval of the minutes of meetings? Let's see, Councilman Williams, you first.
I'd move approval of the January 11th, 2017 minutes.
I was going to do minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the Vice Mayor is way ahead of me, as always. I apologize. Vice Mayor.
Minutes and boards and commissions move to continue items 1 through 8 to September 6th.
All right, the motion to continue those items. Is there a second? There is a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? What about liquor licenses? What should we do with those?
Move to approve items 9 through 45.
Motion and a second on liquor licenses. There's no opposition on those. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? That passes unanimously. Is there an omnibus motion on the remainder? Vice Mayor.
Move to approve items 46 through 161, except the following. 161. Except the following items: 65, 67, 74, 75, 78, 79, 94, 96, 99, 102, 103, and 104. And to continue item 96 to September 20th, and to continue all other exempted items except item 99 to September 6th. And noting items 76 and 161.1 are withdrawn, and items 136, 138, 139, and 154 are as corrected.
All right, that is proposed omnibus motion. Is there a second? Second.
Yeah.
We should still hear that. Okay. All right. Any comments on the proposed omnibus motion? Roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Stark. Valenzuela. Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, those items passed unanimously. Let's see, what item should we do next?
99.
99. Are we doing 104? Yep. Continue it? Continue. Okay. Yes. Yeah, the only last item was 99. I apologize. It was my mistake. Okay, so ID 99 is IDA bonds. Vice Mayor.
I move approval for item 99.
Motion is second. Leonard Clark. 99. The floor is yours for abbreviated testimony.
It will be very, oh,
All right,
wow.
all right, thank you.
Whoa, it's very loud. Yes, it will be very abbreviated. I know you're conscientiously for doing this, and you know that I stand in opposition to giving tax-free municipal bonding to corporate charter schools, but I know that you believe in it, and you know, quite frankly, when I was in high school, if I'd had a chance to go to a corporate charter school, you know, I think that, you know, I might have done it. So anyways, I'm against it. I know you're for it, and I respect your conscientious views on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your quick testimony. There's a motion in favor, a second. Any comments by members of this council? Roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Nowakowski. Stark. Valenzuela. Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Pastor. Mayor Stanton.
Yes, that item passes unanimously. I think we have no other business for this council. We got through this meeting with only one reference to sunglasses, so that was good. All right. Meeting is adjourned. It's loud.